Mr. Sergeant at Arms, will you please call our December 19th, 2023 council meeting to order? I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day. Reverend Dr. Wayne Williams is the pastor of Pleasant Grove CME Church Eudora, Mississippi, and presiding elder of the Olive Branch Sardis District. He has been invited by Councilwoman Johnson. Reverend Dr. Williams, will you please lead us in prayer?
Thank you so much. Let us pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on our way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our heart, drunk from the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God and true to our native land. Eternal God, our Father, we give you thanks. We praise you, we honor you, we magnify you, and we glorify you, for you alone is worthy to be praised. Lord, in a world where violence is raging in general and in the city of Memphis in particular, you are still God. You are still Jehovah Rapha, the God of healing. Please heal this wonderful city of Memphis, Tennessee. Lord, thank you for the vision and the outstanding leadership of our outgoing mayor, Mayor Strickland, and for his 2 terms, and we look forward to the visionary leadership of our new mayor, Paul Young. Give him all he needs to move this city in a positive direction. And Lord, bless the old and the new members of this council. Give them grace, give them love, give them honor. And may they earn the respect, integrity, and character to govern the affairs of the city of Memphis without any hesitation, mental reservation, or secret evasion within them. Please give them the wisdom and knowledge to enact laws and legislation that will benefit the citizens of Memphis. And as we close this prayer, let us be mindful of the real reason of this Advent season, Jesus Christ. May we have hope, peace, joy, and love this Christmas and throughout the new year. It is in the name of Mary's first baby, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
Council members, it is an honor for me to recognize the Reverend Dr. Wayne Williams for the invocation that he provided for us today. I've known Mr. Williams for a very, very long time, and I can assure you his words came from the heart and a very sincere message that was sent up on our behalf today. Mr. Reverend Dr. Wayne Williams, in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concerns for governmental processes, has been appointed chaplain of the day of the Memphis City Council, and is hereby entitled to all the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives pertaining to the office, and to be displayed of this certificate, given under this seal, this 19th day of December 2023. Martavis Jones is the chairman and is presented by Cheyenne Johnson, member of the City Council, Super District 8, Position 2, and I so move. Reverend, would you like to say anything, or are you okay?
Thank you so very much, and I just want to know, we do go back quite a bit. I hate that this person is going out of here, but I can tell you this one thing. She is certainly one that believes in doing the right thing. I appreciate her, and words cannot express how much I appreciate this honor, and it will always be engraved upon the tablets of my heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hey, these pictures are really good.
They do. Thank you, Reverend Doctor. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members Canali, Carlisle, Colvette, Easter Thomas, Ford, Johnson, Logan, Morgan, Robinson, Vice Chairman Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Chairman Jones.
Here.
Chairman Jones, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I believe Vice Chair Smiley has read our minutes from the December 5th meeting. Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Chairman. I reviewed the meeting minutes and found them to be in order. I move the adoption of the December 5th meeting minutes.
Okay, our minutes have been approved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes.
I had a card in.
Okay. On the minutes. Caught on the minute. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. I would ask that someone from prevailing side of the MLGW illegal rate increase votes, item number 39, vote from last meeting, and someone on the prevailing side of the illegal MLGW FY24 item 40 budget vote to do the right thing and move to reconsider each of these items as they were both passed on a MLGW FY24 budget that was not published for public review to allow for adequate budget noticing under state law. Additionally, a city council FOI dating back to 11/9/23 and almost 1 month prior to the illegal final council votes were not answered with the MLG&W FY24 budget document. So I put an FOIA in on all those, and y'all ignored them. All while the city council was considering the FY24 budget in committee. In public city council remarks, it was arrogantly asserted that the public did not have any business raising questions about the $2 billion industrial engineering firm in MLG&W. This council person dismissed and ignored the fact that MLG&W is a publicly owned utility. These remarks occurred at the same time MLG&W and the city council conspired to conceal the MLGW FY24 budget from the public. This arrogance provides an exhibit of a culture that drives civically reckless public behavior and disregards and dismisses the public at large. So that's one thing. 19 and 20 on today's agenda, MLG&W refused to provide the actual contracts via FOIA. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, the Brooks people, I'm not speaking for them, were in agreement with you that they would like a seat at the table to negotiate and be a part of an agreement, and that is an agreement that does not exist today, that was not publicly noticed, so it doesn't even exist. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Our minutes have been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passed and our minutes have been approved. Welcome to the December 19th, 2023 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure that the public has the full opportunity to be heard and the deliberative process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms has meeting agendas available up front, as well as comment request cards for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their comment card to the Sergeant at Arms before the item is called. If you're not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comments at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that properly register to speak by submitting a completed comment request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Members of the audience and persons attending the council meeting will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, or profane comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violative action in order to leave the council's chambers, or by giving an order for security personnel to remove any disruptive person in the council chamber who refuses to leave voluntarily. Madam Comptroller, item 12 will be held until our January 9th, 2024 meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Items 13 and 14 have been withdrawn.
13 and 14, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm sorry, 13 and 39, I'm sorry. 13 and 39 have been withdrawn, not 13 and 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
13 and 39 for the record. So item number 12 has been held until 1/9/24, and then 13 and 39 have been withdrawn. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 1?
Item number 1 is the resolution approving an honorary street name change on Yale Road between Austin P. Highway and Raw Mill Road for Dr. Sammy Holloway, District 1, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, all. I am here and so honored to be able to bring this forward. This is an honor and recognition for a very worthy cause, very worthy servant in my district, and I would ask that the family and the pastoral staff from Breath of Life Christian Center come down as I read this. Dr. Holloway has been, and Breath of Life Christian Center has been in the Raleigh area for over 40 years, and he will be retiring to a new position, and we wanted to honor that and commemorate that time. So we'll be bringing this forward. All right, thank you. And it's going to be a surprise, so that's why there's not a lot of people here. Okay. Whereas when worthy circumstances arise, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to name certain public roads to honor citizens who have served the city of Memphis. And Dr. Sammy Holloway is certainly befitting of this great honor. And whereas a beacon of light within his community, Dr. Sammy Holloway established the Breath of Life Christian Center in Memphis, Tennessee, which blossomed from a Bible class he taught from his home in the early 1980s. And whereas in addition to leading his flock at the Breath of Life Christian Center, Dr. Sammy Holloway also served as the regional director and on the board of the Fellowship of Inner City Word of Faith Ministries under the leadership of the late Dr. Frederick Casey Price. And whereas Dr. Sammy Holloway has founded and served as a president of the Mid-South Fellowship of Charismatic Pastors, a multicultural organization formed to mentor and bridge the gap among races in Memphis from 1989 through 1998, while serving also as the regional director of LaSalle Global Feed the Hungry humanitarian aid organization. And whereas Dr. Sammy Holloway has distinguished himself as a scholar, receiving a PhD from Cornerstone Theological Seminary, as well as an additional PhD from Friends International Christian University. And whereas a multifaceted individual, Dr. Holloway is also a published author of 4 books. attributed to his name. And whereas Dr. Sammy Holloway is not only excited about ministry, but education is very important to him. In 1998, he founded Breath of Life Christian Academy that serves the Raleigh-Fraser area of Memphis, Tennessee, providing quality Christian private education that partner with parents to train scholars in every aspect of life. And in 2008, Dr. Holloway opened the doors of Breath of Life Preparatory Preschool as well. And whereas the community is thankful to Dr. Sammy Holloway and his family, especially his wife and high school sweetheart, Dr. Addie Holloway. Whereas Dr. Sammy Holloway is commendable and worthy of praise for the good works he has provided to his parishioners, the community, and dedicated service to the greater Memphis region, now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that Yale Road between Austin P. Highway and Rob Mill Road be declared Dr. Sammy Holloway Boulevard in honor of his remarkable life and numerous accomplishments enriching the city of Memphis. Be it further resolved that the city engineer is requested to affix suitable signs designating this public road given by my hand and under the great seal of the city of Memphis this 19th day of December 2023. And I so move. Thank you. And we're going to give the pastoral staff members an opportunity to say something as well.
All right, my name is Reginald Harris. I am on the pastoral staff at the church, and I just want to say how excited I am for you guys allowing this to happen. Truly, over 40 years of ministry. He deserves even more than this street. Having watched him from the pulpit to the golf course, he's a man of integrity everywhere he goes. And so I'm just happy to be able to be here and be a part of it.
Madam Comptroller, will you please show that that item has been approved by acclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will do so.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 2?
Item number 2 is a resolution honoring Wanda Taylor, founder of Ladies in Need Can Survive, Inc. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, oftentimes we hear about crime and we hear about domestic violence and we hear about homelessness and we hear about the things that are going on in our community, but very seldom do we hear about or does something come before this body discussing and sharing those that are doing something about it in our community. And today I'd just like to bring forth a beacon, a shining star in the district and surrounding areas who is giving of her life to this cause and to helping solve the problem. And so I'd just like to ask Wanda Taylor, Miss Wanda Taylor of Ladies in Need Can Survive to come down. I'd like to honor her for the work that she's doing in this area to save and change lives of women in our city. And let's give her a hand. And I have seen the work, women getting their high school diplomas, getting their college degrees, buying their first home, getting their first car. Those things are really what changes lives from the inside out, one person at a time. So I'd like to read this resolution. Whereas when worthy circumstances arise, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to honor citizens who have served the city of Memphis, and Wanda Taylor is certainly befitting of this great honor. Whereas after experiencing a tumultuous early life, Wanda Taylor made a choice to actively change the direction of her life, which was headed changed the direction her life was headed in. At the age of 28, Wanda Taylor received her high school diploma. And whereas Wanda Taylor continued her education first when she received both a technical certificate in substance abuse counseling and an Associate of Science degree in Human Services from Southwest Tennessee Community College, then at the University of Phoenix, where she received a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management. And whereas with a focus on giving back to her community and aiding young women with experiencing a similarly tumultuous early life as hers, Wanda Taylor served as an educator for more than 20 years, working for the Salvation Army, Serenity Recovery Center, Shelby County Rape Crisis Center, the Department of Human Services, and Shelby County Child Support Office, while also volunteering at various nonprofits. And whereas continuing her dedication to serve other women who want to change the direction of their lives, Wanda Taylor founded Ladies in Need Can Survive, Inc., a 501c3 nonprofit, and whereas through Links, Wanda Taylor supports women who are transitioning back into being productive members of society by providing holistic support and services such as daily meals, clothing, transportation, basic necessities, and wraparound service in a fully furnished home in the quiet residential neighborhood in Fraser. And whereas Wanda Taylor is commendable and worthy of praise for the good work she has provided to her community, including her work through Links and her unwavering dedication to supporting women on similar journeys as her own. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby celebrates and commends the contributions of Wanda Taylor and Links to the city of Memphis, given by my hand and under the great seal of the city of Memphis this 19th day of December 2023. And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because she does some tremendous life-changing work for these ladies who come in off the street with nothing. And to see them get their driver's license and drive the car in the first job and everything, it's impactful. So again, given by my hand, under the great seal of the city of Memphis, 19th day of December 2023, Rhonda Logan, Memphis City Council, District 1, and I so move.
First, I would like to say thank you, City of Memphis, for being on this journey with me for the last 7.5 years. Without your funding, without your prayers, without your support, I could not have done this work by myself. So I just want to thank you, City Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, for recognizing the work that we do. The work we do is very pivotal because they are the ones that is overlooked, and it seems like there is no hope because of their circumstance, because I traveled the same path, came through the same hell. So I have positioned these women and have given them opportunities to become great. And now they are living the life that we are living today when the world said that they couldn't. Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 3?
Item number 3 is a resolution recognizing the career and contributions of Bobby Alston, a football coach at the Memphis University Schools since 1977. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilman Covet.
Councilman Covet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably should have told Coach Alston that we'd be recognizing some of his students or his athletes because he would be here, but in typical Coach Alston style, he doesn't want accolades for himself, but as 3 graduates of Memphis University School, we're recognizing him anyway. And colleagues, I think you'll see why here in a moment. Whereas on occasion, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to honor those who have positively contributed to this community. And Bobby Alston is one such citizen whose contributions to the city of Memphis are certainly worthy of recognition. Whereas on December 31st, Bobby Austin will be retiring after nearly 5 decades of unparalleled devotion to the betterment of the Memphis University School, where he wore many hats, including teacher, dean of students, and most notably, as a well-decorated coach for both the football and track and field teams. Whereas Bobby Austin led the Memphis University School's football team as their head coach to 4 state championships, 4 state runners-up, 9 regional championships, and 10 double-digit win seasons for an overall record of 213 wins to 90 losses. And many football players that played under his tutelage went on to achieve numerous accolades, including 5 football All-Americans, 8 Mr. Football winners, 14 Mr. Football finalists, 95 All-State football players, and 147 college football players. And as a track and field coach, Bobby Austin led Memphis University School to 5 state championships, 2 state championships in team relays, 4 state runners-up, 4 state runners-up in team relays, and 25 regional championships.
Whereas on numerous occasions, Bobby Austin was recognized for his achievements, earning the Tennessee Athletic Coaches Association, National High School Athletic Coaches Association, State Track Coach of the Year in 1991, Commercial Appeal Football Coach of the Year in 2004, 5, 8, and 9. Tennessee Athletic Coaches Association, National High School Athletics Coaches Association, State Coach of the Year in 2005 and 2006. Tennessee Sports Writers Association, Division II Coach of the Year in, skipped ahead there, in 2005 and 6. Gene and Barbie Haley Award for Outstanding Service at MUS in 2007. Rex Dockery Award from the Memphis chapter of the National Football Foundation. And the College Hall of Fame in 2007. Commercial Appeal Sportsman of the Year in 2009. National Federation of the State High School Association and State and South Sectional Coach of the Year Award for Track and Field in 2014. Tennessee Football Coaches Association Hall of Fame inductee in 2018. Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association Hall of Fame inductee in 2020. The Commercial Appeal Lifetime Achievement Award in 2023. And the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association Regional Athletic Director of the Year. And Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association AF Bridges Award winner. And
whereas Bobby Austin also took the time to positively contribute to the athletic community and leadership positions, serving in Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association Regional Coordinator on the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association State Track and Field Advisory Committee, and on the founding organizing committee for the Liberty Bowl High School All-Star Game. And whereas Bobby Austin could not have accomplished so much without the support of his loving family, including his wife, Mrs. Sally Austin, their children, Meredith Wooten and Drew Austin, and their grandchildren, Hudson Wooten, Willa Wooten, Emma Austin, Landon Austin, Charlotte Austin, and Madeline Austin. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council honors the dedication and zeal to the Memphis University School Owls, Bobby Austin, exemplified throughout his career. This resolution is adopted December 19th, 2023. Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Comptroller, will you please show that that item has been approved by acclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 4?
Item number 4 is a resolution thanking Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson for her service to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
You too.
You got me. Oh, yeah. By request only. Absolutely. Oh, man, this one's going to be tough to get through.
Angie looking at you.
I know. I'm going to pull Strickland. I'm just going to look straight down. Oh, you're going to love part of this. Whereas the members of the Memphis City Council honor and acknowledge Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson for her punctiliousness and valiant service during her appointment to serve Super District 8-2. And whereas Cheyenne Johnson has dedicated her life to public service and has made significant contributions to the Memphis community, both as a public servant and a passionate champion for positive change. And whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson was appointed to the Memphis City Council on January 8th, 2019, and has served the city with distinction throughout her tenure. Her commitment to the chair of the Planning and Zoning Committee, vice chair of the Budget Committee, liaison to the Downtown Memphis Commission, and board member for the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority has greatly benefited the city's growth, development, and revitalization efforts. Whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson's previous service as the Shelby County Property Assessor, spanning 3 terms totaling 10 years, demonstrated her unwavering dedication to the effective leadership and administrative excellence. And whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson's historic achievement as the first Black female elected property assessor in the state of Tennessee in 2008 and her subsequent recognition as Tennessee Assessor of the Year in 2015 highlighted her extraordinary analytical, problem-solving, and leadership skills. And whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson has consistently championed the restoration and revitalization of Super District 8, aiming to reduce blight and crime while ensuring quality education, fairness in taxation, and a brighter future for the residents. Her trustworthiness, dependability, integrity, and transparency in fulfilling her duties have set a standard of excellence for public service. Whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson has shown herself to be a dedicated bridge builder, fostering collaboration between the community, private sectors, and public sectors to achieve common goals for the betterment of Memphis, an advocate for the Collins Chapel Room in the End, Bellevue Tennis, and alternative energy resources. Whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson fearlessly posed challenging questions, ensuring her constituents received the necessary answers and effective solutions they deserved, Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson's boldness is undoubtedly part of the legacy that she leaves with the Memphis City Council. Whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson's educational background, including her graduation from the University of Memphis and her certificate as a public administrator from the University of Tennessee, emphasizes her commitment to lifelong learning and professional development, being actively involved in her church, the historic Mount Pisgah Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, where she serves on the Board of Trustees, reflects her deep sense of faith and commitment to her community. And whereas Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson's long-standing dedication to the political arena, inspired by her husband, Alvin Carmichael Johnson, and her service as a past member of the Shelby County Democratic Executive Committee, demonstrates her enduring commitment to Democratic values as a devoted mother to her 2 sons, Michael Grisham and Gerald Lafayette. Her love and support for her family are a testament to her character and values. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council, hereby honors and recognizes Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson for her outstanding contributions to our city, her tireless dedication to public service, and her unwavering commitment to not only the betterment of Super District 8, but its residents and to Memphis as a whole. And I so move.
Thank you. They better catch that. Thank you. Well, you know I can't keep
Yeah, you gotta say something.
I might have another question. I must say it has been a pleasure to serve on this board with the City Council. I came in with a 1-year appointment, never knowing I was actually going to serve 5 years. What I've learned from serving is every citizen should have the opportunity to serve. Once you serve, you learn the complexity of what it takes to operate a city that operates 24 hours a day. But the journey was made possible because of you. You helped me along, you informed me, helped me with the resolutions, you helped me make motions and seconds through the whole process. I'm missing my dear friend, colleague, Alan Wade. You know, we too learned from each other as legal issues that came about. And I also want to say thank you for being patient with me, because I do know I ask a lot of questions.
A whole lot of questions.
But it's only with questions that we get the bare facts. You know, questions are good. So I encourage the ones of you who are still there, the ones coming, continue to ask the question.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes things come so fast at you, You don't even really know what hit you, so slow the train down and ask some questions. I wish you the best. I wish the citizen of Memphis the best, and that God blessing be upon everybody. Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 5?
Item number 5 is a resolution thanking Councilwoman Patrice J. Robinson for her service to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
It is my honor to be able to recognize Councilwoman Patrice J. Robinson. That's right. Give her applause, y'all. Oh, that's so sweet. Whereas the members of the Memphis City Council extend heartfelt recognition and honor to Councilwoman Patrice J. Robinson for her unwavering service throughout her tenure on the Memphis City Council as the admired representative of District 3, a chapter that gracefully concludes on December 31st, 2023. And whereas Patrice J. Robinson, the eldest of the late Reverend Ammon Jordan Jr. and the late Rosetta H. Jordans, 2 children blossomed into a devoted Memphian from her formative years, a profound affection for God, the city of Memphis, and the nurturing of others took root upon her, evolving into the guiding force propelling her illustrious career. Whereas embracing a passion for education, her commitment to learning unfolded effortlessly following her graduation from Whitehaven High School in 1972. She embarked on a dedicated journey to further her education in 1981. She proudly earned her bachelor's degree from then Memphis State University, followed by the attainment of her master's degree from the University of Tennessee in 1990. In 1975, Patrice J. Robinson became an esteemed member of the Rho Gamma chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, where her dedication would eventually be acknowledged as the chapter's longest active member. Throughout her graduate studies, she distinguished herself as a Phi Kappa Phi National Honor Society member. And whereas upon receiving her degrees, Patrice J. Robinson gained over 30 years of professional expertise in human resources, training and development, counseling, job development, and grant writing. Her distinguished career culminated with her retirement from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, where she served as the supervisor of assessment and development. And whereas outside of her professional endeavors, she also achieved great success in her political career. Before her tenure on the Memphis City Council, Patrice J. Robinson dedicated 13 years to the Memphis City Shelby County Schools Board of Education, notably holding the position of board president in 2004 and 2007. Her impactful service on the school board not only provided a platform for her to support and nurture Memphis youth, but also ignited a deepened desire to extend that care to a broader community of Memphians. And whereas in November 2015, she secured the position of Memphis City Council District 3, representative of a role she faithfully fulfilled her 8 consecutive years. Her leadership has shone brightly in 2020, where she adapted, guided the council through the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic while serving as the Memphis City Council chairwoman. Throughout her tenure on the Memphis City Council, she harnessed the depth of professional knowledge she gained in her previous roles, channeling it effectively as the chair of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee. Whereas during her council tenure, Patrice J. Robinson spearheaded vital initiatives such as the Pre-K Resolution, revived the Greater Whitehaven Economic Redevelopment Corporation, and championed the new Davis YMCA and played a pivotal role in crime prevention grants. Driven by her deep affection for District 3, she prioritized community safety by installing over 50 cameras and supporting the Hickory Hill Juvenile Project. Her dedication extended to keeping constituents informed and educated through the Patrice Express Quarterly Update newsletter. Whereas Patrice J. Robinson, a recipient of various accolades, including Spirit Magazine's 50 over 50 award, finding My Yes honoree, and the National Foundation of Women Legislators Women Excellence Award. She has been recognized for her exceptional community service within the Melhorn Trailblazer. Notably, the YMCA of Memphis and the Mid-South honored her dedication by naming the Aquatics Natatorium Center as the Patrice and Jackie Robinson Natatorium, recently nominated by President Biden to the Tennessee Valley Authority Board of Directors. She was also bestowed with the Key to the City by Mayor Jim Strickland. Whereas over a span of 21 years, Patrice J. Robinson has dedicated herself wholeheartedly to public service as an elected official, all while maintaining a loving marriage with Jackie Robinson. Her commitment transcended her various professional roles, seamlessly extending into the most honorable aspects of life, being a devoted mother to her 3 beautiful children, Gina, Jay, and Jordan, as well as a loving grandmother and great-grandmother. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council extends its honor to Councilwoman Patrice J. Robinson for her 8 years of dedicated service to the council and wishes continued success and blessings to her political journey. God bless you. Say some words for us.
First, let me say to the audience, please forgive me for my full life story on today. And you had to go through all of that. And I guess you know how old I am now, how busy I have been. You know my whole life story. To the council, thank you so much today for those words. And all I want people to know about me is that I love the city of Memphis. I love our children, and I want us to be the greatest city in the United States. It's going to take some work, but it requires that we work together. And it is my hope moving forward that everyone gets on the same page so that we can be that light in the United States that everybody wants to look up to and to aspire to be like us. Now, I may be leaving the city council, but you won't leave my heart. I'll be working for every day to make sure that Memphis is remembered at the TVA table. I will make sure that East Tennessee is not the only ones that are remembered, but West Tennessee as well, and all the other members in the 7th State District. It is my desire to always represent you well, to always remember you, and to always make sure that we get the best for each of our constituents. Thank you for the service with you. I want to really say, I'm glad to get out of here. I don't know who's going to take all them phone calls about MLGW and my lights went out. I get them 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and some knock on my door. I am so pleased that you will have that opportunity to continue that work. I want to remind you that you're not here just for yourselves. You're here for a community that needs you to represent them. We are here to represent the community and their desires and make sure that at that same time, we remember all communities in every decision that we make. God bless you. Thank you. And I love each and every one of you.
Madam Comptroller, will you please show that that item has been approved by acclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 6?
Item number 6 is a resolution thanking Councilman Frank H. Colvett Jr. for his service to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Harmon, Ella, Leslie, Drew.
Whereas the members of the City Council wish to recognize the contributions of Councilman Frank Colvett and bid a congratulatory farewell as we acknowledge his many achievements leading up to and throughout his 8 years of service as a council member to the great people of the city of Memphis. And whereas a lifelong Memphian, Councilman Frank Colvett graduated from Memphis University School in 1988,
the 80s,
prior to attending Millsaps College. There he earned his bachelor's degree in business administration and a minor in history, graduating with distinction. And while attending Millsaps, he served as the chapter president of Sigma Alpha Epsilon, a fraternity focused on advancing the highest standards of friendship, scholarship, leadership, and service. And whereas, upon graduation, Councilman Frank Colvett returned home to Memphis to work at Greenscape Incorporated, where he served the company in various capacities, such as project manager, estimator, and vice president of marketing. After years of dedication to Greenscape, in 2010, he was promoted to president. Later, he would refocus his career and become a real estate agent with RE/MAX. And whereas a dedicated public servant with a passion for development, Councilman Frank Colvett served on local development boards, for example, as chairman of the Memphis and Shelby County Board of Adjustment, and as an alternate on the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board. His enthusiasm for community development continued when he served as chair of the Memphis City Council's Planning and Zoning Committee and Housing and Community Development Committees, on which he continued to use his mediation skills for service for his city. And whereas Councilman Frank Colvett's conciliatory approach in serving as chairman of the City Council in 2021, as well as vice chair in 2018 and 2020, made an impact that will be remembered long past his tenure on the council. For example, his strong ability to arbitrate led to the resolution of many disputes that would have remained unresolved but for his intercession. And whereas an ardent supporter of our nation's veterans, Councilman Frank Colvett spearheaded an effort to extend cities' appreciation for their sacrifice by creating the Veterans Parking Program. This program designated convenient parking spaces for veterans near city-owned libraries, parks, community centers, and senior centers. And whereas as an active member of the community, Councilman Frank Colvett regularly attends his services at St. George's Episcopal Church, a church with nearly a century of history in the city of Memphis. He also attends Mass at St. Matthew's Mission with his wife Leslie and his children Harmon and Ella. And whereas the Memphis City Council will sorely miss the ultimate mediator, Frank Colvett, and will think of him often and largely when deals that reached an impasse. Now, I want to say this again. We'll think of him largely and often when deals have reached an impasse that only Frank Colvett can navigate effortlessly. Therefore, now be it resolved that the Memphis City Council says farewell to Councilman Frank Colvett and thanks him for his dedicated service to City Council District 2, the City of Memphis, and for his contributions to Memphis City Council, presented by me, Jeff Warren, and our Chairman, Martavius Jones. Thank you. The ultimate mediator.
Wow. Well, guys, thank you. It is the end of a very fun, long road. I would say to Julia and Clay especially, thank you for being in my life. I know y'all will have amazing careers, and I'm humbled to just have been a small part of it. I am joined, and I cannot say anything but the hugest debt of gratitude. Thanks to Leslie, Harmon, and Ella. Thank you so much for all the nights I was gone. I was busy. I was late. I was forever leaving supper to take a phone call. I could not do this without you. Thank you. Ella's boyfriend, Drew, is with us today. Now, Drew, we can't have fun unless we're up here having fun. Now, I want to introduce you to Officer Cedric Young, who's security here. Now, Cedric and I love the Dallas Cowboys and firearms. Sorry, I'm having too much fun here. Y'all are stuck having to listen to me. To Cheyenne, I would say keep asking questions. That is what truly makes it work. To Patrice, the council mom, I hated telling you no. To Ford Canale, who cannot be with us today, he is under the weather. I would simply say that he is one of the most honorable men I have ever known. To JB, I would say that the higher up you get, the more powerful you get, my friend. Always remember, you must walk even softer than you ever have. The more powerful you get, the more people are watching. To our chairman, I would say I have loved these 8 years, especially on the once or twice we actually agreed on something. True. But you did teach me the most important lesson, I think, is that when the gavel bangs and it's over, we go up to the fifth floor and have a cocktail. I know sunshine laws are what they are, but and we leave it here on the field, as they say. It means a world to me. Jana, I would say I adore you. The one and only vote that I regret is the one that I did not cast for you. I truly and deeply apologize. To Rhonda, I would say lead. You are gifted. Lead. To Pops, I would say I'm the only Ford member that can call you Pops. I'm the non-Ford member. If you had told me 8 years ago that the treasurer of the Tennessee Republican Party would count a Ford as one of his very closest political friends, I'd have told you they were insane. But as it is, I rely on your counsel, sir. And you are, in fact, crazy like a fox. Always like a fox. To Chase, who is not here, but I'm sure can hear us, you talk too much, brother. Brother, you talk way, way too much. But if there's one thing in 4 years I've learned, and it's an amazing gift, he has boiled down issues to bullet points in exact ways that made it very simple for all of us to understand. So his uncanny ability, I think, going forward will be amazing. To Worth, I would close and say that in all candor, you're last. I would say in all candor that while I count noses, you have been the one that always thought through an argument. To you, Worth Morgan, the facts mattered. The details mattered. The arguments were always on point. And I salute you for that optimism, sir. I close by saying, and Doc, you're probably going to have to read this one for me.
If one were to judge a book by its cover, they would deduce we have absolutely nothing in common. And yet these 4 years we've developed a friendship and have worked together so much that I look forward to Council Tuesdays, if only to hang out. We shouldn't have favorites up here, but you are mine. That's so sweet.
Even though you went to Yale. I'll close by saying, because I know they're playing that music at the Oscars, I'm about to get yanked off the stage. But since I don't talk very much, I'm having fun with this. You're about to have 5 young firebrands that are going to fix everything the day before yesterday. And I want you to think about your first days here, okay? And what all you have learned, because you are the leaders now. You are the ones we look forward and look to for leadership. And as Martavius taught me, you know, we can sit in these meetings as elected officials have for centuries and just absolutely dog cuss each other. But when the gavel ends, we're friends. Teach, lead, and be friends. Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 7?
Item number 7 is a resolution thanking Councilman Worth Morgan for his service to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to bring this forward as well. Whereas the Memphis City Council recognizes the opportunity to express an approval of praise to Councilman Worth Morgan for his tireless efforts and superb commitment to the city of Memphis and all Memphians throughout his tenure. And whereas an eager and driven ambassador for change, Councilman Worth Morgan began his career in politics as a White House intern 15 years ago before moving on in 2016 to serve as a voice for the community in District 5. Having consciously and ardently advocated for the interests of his constituency over the course of the past octennial period, he's poised to conclude his distinguished service on the City Council, marking the culmination of 2 consecutive terms, a resounding testament to his unwavering devotion to his constituents. And whereas Councilman Worth Morgan chaired committees such as the Budget, Chickasaw, and Pension Board, he also sponsored legislative referendum ordinance such as to amend the charter of the city of Memphis to provide provisions for the regulation of deadly weapons, drafted several amendments in support of allowing the Memphis Zoo control of the northern end of Overton Park to allow parking on the Greens Ward. And whereas the councilman's laudable achievements during his tenure in the hallowed chambers of the City Council have imparted substantial contributions to the amelioration of the broader community, providing a careful, thoughtful, but deliberate approach in ensuring the most logical decisions are made in the council chambers. And whereas Councilman Worth Morgan has indelibly etched his presence upon the tapestry of his district for his exceptional receptiveness to multifarious concerns and challenges articulated by his constituents, consistently extended a compassionate ear and proffering an aiding hand to those in need. And whereas Councilman Worth Morgan's dedication to the vocation of public service is self-evident, exemplified by his unyielding commitment to the betterment of his constituents through an incalculable reservoir of perspiration and, is that right?
It looks like a typo, but.
Okay, it should be probably perseverance.
I've been sweating.
An unwavering constellation of determination. He has emerged as a champion for those who entrusted him, perpetually situating their needs and grievances at the zenith of his legislative agenda. And whereas the city of Memphis wholeheartedly expressed our profound gratitude for Councilman's toil, his unwavering dedication to the vocation of public service, and his relentless endeavors to uplifting his district, transforming it into a superlative haven for the entirety of his residents. His legacy shall endure as an font of inspiration, a beacon illuminating our own aspirations to fulfill multifaceted needs and yearnings of those who are privileged to serve. His departure from the hallowed halls of the City Council does not mark a farewell, but rather the inaugural chapter of an ongoing odyssey dedicated to the betterment of the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council bid a farewell to Councilman Worth Morgan for his unwavering commitment, innovative attraction, creation, and dedication to public service to the city of Memphis, adopted December 19th, 2023. Let's give him a hand.
Madam Comptroller, please show me voting no on my own honorary resolution. It's an inside joke if you've been here. Councilwoman Logan, thank you so much for the kind words and for reading that. Patrice, I feel like I've got a little bit more mixed feelings about today than you do. Thinking back about the 8 years and very first meeting I had with Strickland 8 years ago, he asked me, what do you want to focus on? What's a problem that you want to work on? And I said, look, the 911 call center is not working. We've got, on average, it's 116-second wait time when somebody picks up the phone and dials 911 before anyone picks up. Mayor Strickland agreed. He put Doug McGowan on it. They changed policies and procedures. They made new hiring practices. They put new people in charge. And the council met them with resources and a new facility. And then today, we've got that number down to 9.3 seconds on average. 96% of calls are answered in under 20 seconds. And I wish everything that we'd worked on together had been as easy and gone as smooth as that first one. Especially wish that we could have done more for those that needed it the most. But I think that's the curse of being a legislator. I don't think there's anybody that's ever left legislative office and said the work is done. So for the council members that will still be here and those that are coming in, I wish you the best of luck. It has been my deepest honor to serve the public, and thank you for sending me here to do this work. Usually I lead by logic. Today's going to be a little emotional. I think it's difficult to close this chapter. I love the city of Memphis more today than, if possible, more today than I did 8 years ago when I got here. And again, my deepest thanks to the city council staff, amen, to my colleagues, to the directors who have been along that journey as we have worked together to serve the citizens of Memphis and try to provide a better tomorrow. The 6,000 city employees that we have, y'all are the backbone, the hands and the feet of the city of Memphis, and we couldn't have gotten it done without you. Thank you so much. And I think a lot of times that y'all had to bear the burden of problems that may have been created in a political arena, but they were yours to solve and to figure out on the street. And y'all were tremendous, tremendous in that effort. So I came here to serve the citizens of Memphis. Thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity to do that. I leave here still willing and wanting to be a servant of Memphis. I don't know what in capacity. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm excited to pursue it and to still be a part of this community, loving Memphis every single day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. forgot to thank my wife, Bonner. That was a huge mistake. She's my everything. Wouldn't be possible without her either.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 8?
Item number 8 is a resolution thanking Chairman Martavius D. Jones for his service to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
Good afternoon, council. I think this is probably going to be difficult for me. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I'll try to get through it. So in 2017, I moved back to the city of Memphis, attempting to figure out how I can, serve the city of Memphis. And, it's kind of difficult for a younger person to get involved in politics. And I was having meetings all across the cities, trying to figure out who's going to open the door for me. I met with everybody in the city of Memphis, all the elected officials, but the only elected official who took the time to meet with me, talk about Memphis and how he could help me along this journey was Chairman Martavius Jones. So it's with great honor that I read this resolution honoring the career of my friend, my brother, Chairman Martavius Jones. Whereas to serve
street alley closure cases 2023-004 and 2023-005. I combined them into one presentation. And the request is, the applicant is Chickasaw Homeowners Association, represented by Ms. Cindy Reeves. So as I stated, this is in the Chickasaw Gardens neighborhood, as shown on the map. Looking at the zoning map to the left, this is residential single-family 6 zoning. And the street segments are shown in yellow. So you have Lafayette Place that is to the right, and then you have Lombardi Road that is to the left. You also have the street segment shown on the land use map. The yellow shows the residential single-family uses, and then also you can see in blue that is the Memphis Museum of Science and History, or MOSH, that's in blue, and then the star that is above that is the Lafayette Place segment that's requested for closure, and then to the left, the other star is Lombardi Road. So looking at the subdivision plat, Chickasaw Gardens was platted in 1926, and at that time it was well over 400 properties that were platted. In the image, and this is the subdivision plat that I've broken into 2 different images. So the image to the right does show, once again, the street segments. You have Lafayette Place, that is right here in yellow, and then Lombardi Road, right here where my cursor is. Also, the subdivision plat does have a dedication of the city park and the city lake that were also dedicated at that time to the city. And it also shows Pink Palace Museum here. So looking at photos of these locations, we have Lafayette Place and to the left, and this is where the proposed gate would be from Lafayette Street, and the opposite end of that would remain open for Lafayette Place. And for Lombardi Road, we have the Cherokee Drive access. And at Fenwick Road to the right, that is the proposed placement of the gate. So the closure plat does show that Lafayette Place is 15,157 square feet. That is requested for closure. And this is from Lafayette Street to East Goodwin Street. And looking at schematics of what's proposed, this would be wrought iron gate with brick columns, and you have the closure to vehicular access in the center, but there is also a proposed access for pedestrians and bicyclists that is to the south. And also, this shows that this gate would be a gate that swings into Lafayette Place. And that is how access, or actually leaving, would be accessed or maintained at this particular location. And the other closure plat would be for Lombardi Road, and that's 14,575 square feet. And that would be from the segment from Cherokee Drive to South Fenwick Road. And it is the same type of gate that is proposed, the wrought iron gate with brick columns. And rather than the gate swinging in, this gate is proposed to slide to the north. And also there is a pedestrian gate proposed for this particular location as well. So to conclude, these gates would be for emergency vehicle access only, or it would be exit-only access if a clicker is purchased from the homeowners association, There have been a number of street alley closures within this neighborhood over time, most notably along Poplar Avenue. Not only the street alley closures, but also the wall that is along Poplar. There is the public park and the lake that is at the center of the neighborhood. And as I've shown on the subdivision plat, these are public amenities that were dedicated in 1926 when the subdivision was platted. While the stated reason for the application closure request is security of the neighborhood, DPD disagrees that street alley closure is the appropriate response for that. Closing Lafayette Place and Lombardi Road could negatively impact access for the residents that live within Chickasaw Gardens and also access to the public lake and park. And with the closure, that would limit the access to 3 access points on Central Avenue. Our Public Works and Solid Waste divisions have also expressed concerns about the closure and how that may impede service delivery. Lastly, closure would further prohibit access to the park and the lake. And at the time, there were multiple access points to these public amenities when they were platted, and they have been, there have been less over time. So approving the street alley closure applications in Chickasaw Gardens would further prohibit the access to the amenities, which would be detrimental to the greater good. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Question for staff?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. Let me I have in the queue Councilman Warren, followed by Covett and Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we look at that 1926 slide that showed the original? Yeah, if you look at the slide on the left, I think you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entry points up above that have all been closed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councilman Covett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff, on the conditions, item 5, I guess that's page 2. Access will be for emergency vehicles only. No remote open access shall be allowed by residents. But later on, page 16, you speak to the letter of intent, speaks clickers being purchased. I just want to make sure while we're debating this, would you make sure, if we need to strike that or clarify, do they get clickers or not?
So, no. Staff is proposing that this would be for emergency vehicle access only.
Okay, so the condition, because I want the audience to know, if we're in favor of closing this, no remote open access shall be allowed by the residents. That's the condition on this guy, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You also speak to on page 16 there, this is the conclusion section. There would also be bike and pedestrian gate that would stay open during daylight hours. That's a conclusion, but is it also a condition? I did not see it in there.
There is actually, the applicant has proposed, if this is approved, an amendment to that, which would then read pedestrian and bicycle gate access is to open 1 hour before daylight and remain open for 1 hour after dusk. So,
okay, so the applicant intends to bring that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'll save my questions because Ms. Reeves, we can delve into those two and just clean it up. Exactly what you're looking for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll reserve my comments till after the public speaks.
Okay. So I have a number of comment cards here. It looks like I have 5 comment cards for those in opposition. I have 1 card that specifies that they're in favor of it, but I need to know whether I should put you in the proponent or opponent, Mr. Raines and Mr. Wilder. In favor? Okay. So what I'll do, I'll designate 10 minutes for each side. What that'll amount to would be 2 minutes for those that are in opposition to make your public comments, as well as, and approximately 10 minutes for those that are in favor of it. So my first comment card is going to be for those in favor. I have first comment card from Mr. Jim Raines. Or were you?
I'll close if that's too much.
Okay, well, Ms. Reeves.
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. We actually have a presentation, and then we have an order of the speakers.
Okay. That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Organized.
And Mr. Chairman, since there are two cases that we are hearing, is there any way to have 20 minutes per side?
Well, because they're going to be talking about the same subject, that's why we're combining them that way.
Okay.
But now, as far as the comments from the public, that's not going to, the presentation time that you have is not going to take away from that time for those who are going to speak in favor of it.
My presentation will not take away from that.
Correct.
And then,
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Kendra.
It's coming.
And I'll try to go through my presentation fairly quickly. This is our first slide. Welcome to Chickasaw Gardens. As you can see, there's a large presence of residents here. This is an extremely important case for our residents. So welcome to Chickasaw Gardens. Next slide. This is the, outlined in blue is the actual subdivision. The green are the 3 streets that will remain open. And as you'll see, the big yellow is the public park and the lake. Next slide. This was the original subdivision that was approved July 15th of 1926. We're proposing to convert the Fenwick and Lafayette entrances shown in red to pedestrian-friendly stub streets. Neither of these entrances lead to the public park. The 3 entrances on Central and shown in blue are to remain open 24/7 for vehicular access. Visitors unfamiliar with Chickasaw Gardens will find that these entrances all lead directly to the public park, as you can see on this slide. Next slide. This is from the Memphis Parks website, and as we said, we amended the condition on the park hours. Next slide. This is Lombardi Road. It is 247 feet long, and it has 5 houses that abut it. Next slide. Lafayette Place is 297 feet long. It actually has 1 home that abuts it. Next slide. This is the Memphis 3.0. We do not agree with staff that that Memphis 3.0 does not apply. Sue will be addressing the 3.0 points that we would like to point out, and we feel that we are a walkable neighborhood, and we feel that that's extremely important for the council to understand that this is a very, very walkable neighborhood. Next slide. As you can see, this is one of our residents. You can see there's no sidewalks, there's narrow streets, there's small front yards. You've got maintenance vehicles, you're trying to keep your children safe, and this is what you deal with on a daily basis when you want to walk our streets. Next slide. This is a couple of more residents just enjoying a walk, walking their dog. And as you can see, it happens all the time. And that's one of the beauties and the amenities of this subdivision. Next slide. As you can see, there's a lot of delivery trucks, maintenance trucks. You have a lot of Uber drivers. You have a lot of FedEx deliveries. You've got a lot of people that visit this neighborhood, and it's a very, very pleasant neighborhood to visit, but it is hard to get around because of the narrow streets and not having sidewalks. Next slide. These are improvements that have been installed and paid for by Chickasaw Gardens HOA. There is a sidewalk that goes all the way around the lake, and there's a new sidewalk with a curb cut ramp for handicap. The next slide. There's new benches with wheelchair pads. The public uses these benches and we welcome everybody to come enjoy the park. Next slide. This is additional safety lighting that was installed by Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association back in 2000. We feel that we're very proud of those. The new floor and safety entrance on the footbridge was also installed by the Chickasaw Gardens HOA, not by the city of Memphis. Next slide. As you can see, this was the vote of the residents that were in favor of this application and closing these two stub streets. There's an overwhelming vote. There is 92.2% of the people in favor of the Lafayette Stub Street to be closed and 92.5% for Fenwick Road. Next slide. Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association has been a steward of the public park since the 1980s and was recognized this in 2014 by the city of Memphis for taking over this maintenance. And they started this an extremely long time ago because they want people to be able to enjoy this park. They want to enjoy the park. The reason that people want to come is because it is very, very well maintained, because Chickasaw Gardens makes sure that it is very well maintained and kept up and has the nice amenities that you've seen in the previous slides. Next slide. This is the expenses that have been assumed by the Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association. Just this year alone, there's over $80,000 in maintenance expense and over $313,000 in security expense. Over the last 5 years, there's $382,990 and $1,124,000 on security. The last 10 years, $720,700 and $2,164,000 on security. So we feel that it's extremely important for you to understand the amount of money that has gone towards the maintenance of this park by the Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association. And we feel it's important for the public to be able to enjoy this nice park and the lake and to be able to feel safe in this neighborhood. And I'm going to introduce Sue Clark.
So, Ms. Clark, would you please provide your name and home address for the record? Madam Comptroller, will you set 10 minutes for the proponents? A total of 10 minutes for the timer.
Yes, I will. Before I begin, I would like to thank the council members and the staff for your time today. I recognize that your calendar is full, especially today, but nevertheless, I just want to thank you for your efforts to make the city a better one. My name is Sue Clark, and I have lived at 1 Cherokee Drive in Chickasaw Gardens for over 28 years. I stand before you because I've had several uncomfortable experiences that strengthened my resolve to improve the safety of our neighborhood for all of the people that use it. And by that I mean the people that live within our neighborhood, as well as people that live either 2 blocks or 2 miles from our community. I've been asked repeatedly about why I'm in favor of vehicular and pedestrian gates for our community, and I'm going to offer to you 3 very valid reasons. Number 1, Sue Clark, the Clarks, have always been dog lovers. Not long ago, our dog Lucy snuck out and was across the street in my neighbor's yard. I called her home and she came running toward me. At the same time, a car drove up the street, turned the corner, hit Lucy, and killed her. She died in my arms, right in front of our home. If any of you have ever lost a family pet, I'm sure you understand our family's sense of loss. Now, I've been asked, was the driver speeding? The answer is yes. Did the driver live in Chickasaw Gardens? No, she does not. The point is that vehicular traffic has increased exponentially due to more deliveries from Federal Express, UPS, Uber, and other food delivery services. Since we have no sidewalks, pedestrians, joggers, bikers, and dog walkers must share the roadway, which leads me to another incident that I have to share with you. Number 2, I was witness to a very serious accident a few houses down the street from my home. A biker who does not live in Chickasaw Gardens was biking up the street. She drove further into the middle of the street to avoid trash bags that were awaiting pickup by the sanitation department. Coming down the street was a man in a truck whose vision was challenged because the morning sun was hurting his eyes a little bit. She was closer to the middle of the street, and he was having a tough time seeing. The driver of the truck struck the woman. I was there before the ambulance arrived, and I later learned that she suffered a concussion and several broken bones. She underwent several surgeries. As a witness, I was deposed and dragged into a legal battle between the two parties. Fortunately, the woman completed her physical therapy and has recovered. Our narrow streets and limited sightlines contributed to this accident. My family suffered the loss of a beloved pet, and a woman underwent surgeries and a lot of physical therapy due to a serious biking accident. My third experience is gut-wrenching in a whole other way. A young girl, 19 years old, was caring for our neighbor's home while they were out of town. She parked her car on the street and was walking up the driveway. Now, mind you, this was next door to my home. A car filled with several young men drove around the corner. One fella jumped out, brandishing a handgun, stuck it to her head, and demanded her purse or die. Excuse me. She surrendered everything. He jumped back into the car and sped down Cherokee and was tracked speeding out of the neighborhood via Fenwick at Lombardy. Now, I didn't witness this act of crime. Instead, I was witness to the aftermath. And that was a young girl, hysterical and screaming, coming to our door and screaming and at the top of her lungs because she was so scared to death. The young girl lost her purse, her phone, and then she worried that those fellas might track her down to her home since they had her identification. Phones and purses can be replaced. Thankfully, that day did not result in a more serious tragedy. Moving on, and I apologize. I have read through the city-approved Memphis 3.0 report, and I took a few important facts from it. Number one, we are considered NS, primarily single-unit neighborhood, as outlined on page 130 in the study. We're in probably clear violation of the sidewalk requirement, and in some cases, we don't even have curbs. On page 203, Memphis is ranked the third most dangerous city for pedestrians. Looking at our neighborhood, we are quote-unquote dangerous by design, as stated by Smart Growth America. On page 211, there's section 5.1. The thrust of that section is to make pedestrians the priority. I offer that is exactly why we are here today.
Excuse me, Ms. Clark. Let me just say that we have about 5 minutes left, and
Thank
you still have two other people that have to speak in the allotted 10-minute time.
I'll move on. I can mention several other action items from this study.
But you're going to do so at the expense of giving other people the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. One more thing that I would like to offer is that we as a community are doing an awful lot. We are doing a lot on our own, and we are doing it for the entire community around us. We are challenged by sharing the streets with various forms of traffic on old roads that were designed shy of 100 years. We are offering solutions, and we need you, our city council, to give us a little more help for increasing pedestrian safety for everyone. Our obligation is to safeguard the public. Please vote yes, and know that you have made a wise choice in making the pedestrian the priority. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Jim Raines.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Raines. I live at 211 East Goodwin. I'm a retired attorney who practiced law in Memphis for over 50 years. Some of you I know personally. Others of you I know because of my age, your fathers and uncles. I want to thank all of you for your service, and in particular, the wonderful stories we've heard about those of you that service is coming almost to an end. I was born and have lived in Memphis all but 3 years of my life. I grew up attending public schools. I graduated from the University of Memphis, both undergraduate and law school. I grew up at the corner of Ellsworth and Midland, which is only one stoplight away from where I live now. I can remember as a child in the 40s and 50s walking down Central Avenue or riding a bike. I don't think Mama would let me do that anymore, but that's what was done at that time. My wife and I have lived in Chickasaw Gardens for 45 years and have raised 3 children there. I can remember when they were little, we let them play in the neighborhood unattended. I don't think we could do that anymore. The neighborhood that we're talking about, we've worked hard as a homeowners association to try to compromise with the surrounding neighborhood. We're only looking to repurpose these streets to stop for the time vehicular traffic, and we'll leave it open for pedestrians and bikers to easily enter and enjoy the amenities in the neighborhood, which we maintain. I have served on the Homeowners Association for the whole time that I've lived in Chickasaw Gardens. And I have to tell you that the streets that are involved are what I call ancillary and unnecessary stub streets. They enter the neighborhood, but immediately terminate within a matter of feet into main thoroughfares that come off of Central Avenue. And the streets themselves are less than several hundred yards away from Central Avenue, which remains open with 3 accesses unimpeded into the neighborhood all the time. I want to emphasize that the neighborhood is 97 years old and was constructed without sidewalks. Now, when you think about what was happening 97 years ago with regard to vehicular traffic, it's no surprise that there are no sidewalks. But what this means is that the people that enter and live or visit have to use the streets to walk or to ride their bike. And I can tell you personally, there are a number of times when I've been walking in the neighborhood and have had to step off of the street because of oncoming traffic. The streets themselves are designed originally with curves and with vegetative trees close to the streets, which restricts your view as a driver. Now, it's beautiful to look at, but it's also dangerous. I assure you that our purpose and request to repurpose the streets away from motor vehicles is not selfish nor egotistical, but it is done just for the safety of those of us that live in the neighborhood and those of us that visit in the neighborhood to use the amenities that are there. We're proud of them, and we want people to visit them, but we want them to be safe while they do it. Our presentations
Mr. Raines, I'm going to have to interrupt you. The time that was allotted for the proponents has, but I'll have to extend that. So let me hear from those that are in opposition. Mr. Raines, if they take more than 10 minutes, then we'll do so, but we have to do so fairly.
I would like to introduce to the council people that have come.
I see them, Mr. Raines. Thank you, but I'm going to give those that are in opposition an equal time to talk. If they take more than 10 minutes and it's the will of the council, then we'll do so.
Thank you.
So, your name, sir?
Lou Wardlaw.
Okay, Mr. Wardlaw.
My name is Lou Wardlaw, Martin Tate, Morrow, and Marston.
Give me 1 second. Madam Comptroller, will you please place 10 minutes on the timer? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the council. Lou Wardlaw at Martin Tate, Morrow, and Marston, 6410 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. You'll see here, and they've been clapping quite a bit, and I applaud that, no pun intended, that there are dozens of people in the audience wearing stickers that say gates equal public safety. Well, I represent another group of people. I represent the Fenwick Road Neighborhood Association, the Humes Heights Neighborhood Association, Lombardi Road neighbors, and about 50 other neighbors to the west of these street closures. And my clients say that's wrong. Gates don't equal public safety. Closure of public streets and access to public amenities is bad city planning. You've seen from staff that in 1926, the original developer platted a large park in the neighborhood in the midst of these public streets. It's a public park on public streets. The applicant wants to wall that off and create an island of safety. They're wrong in that aspect, and it's your job as the city council to protect the city from that mindset. The boundaries of the neighborhood and its public streets are not even defined by the Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association. There's many neighbors to both the east and the west, to the north, and then across Central, many of whom will have to walk a mile out of their way now to get into the Central Avenue ingress, egress points. These streets...
Excuse me, there'll be no outbursts in the council chambers, please. I'll ask security to remove you if that happens again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. These streets and the park contained within this neighborhood that they've claimed as their own must remain unfettered and open to the public. My clients, and I know I've been to dozens and dozens of city council meetings over the years, especially in the last 3 or 4 years. My clients in this city council are very sympathetic to the crime wave facing the city of Memphis. They suffer from that too. Each and every member of this council suffers from that, as do your constituents. But blocking off a neighborhood to address that citywide problem is wrong-headed and should not be allowed. Blocking off a city park, allowing at their beck and call other residents to come in, stating that they want to monitor who comes in and comes out of this neighborhood. That's wrong-headed and bad planning. Much was made at the Land Use Control Board about the pride with which Chickasaw Homeowners Association takes, and that they're funding this. They're not asking this body for any money.
Ms. Warlock, let me just say that we have about 7 minutes left, and I have 4 other comment cards for people that are
I'm
opponents.
wrapping up.
Okay.
They take pride that they're not asking this council, this body, for money to do that. But what about other communities that don't have the funds to address that? What about Hyde Park? What about Central Gardens? What about Mud Island? What about Orange Mound, that community? What if they come to you and ask, put us on an island? What is the council to do then? Gates and exclusion do not equal safety, and we respectfully ask for the denial of the street closures. Several of the residents are going to speak to you as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. My next comment card is from Ms. Julie Green. And please state your name and address for the record, please, Ms. Green.
Hi, I'm Julie Green. I live at 2770 Iroquois Road. I've been a homeowner in Humes Heights, the neighborhood just to the west of the proposed closure at Lombardi and Fenwick, for 18 years. Our family walks and bikes over to Chickasaw Gardens often, using Lombardi, and I use those roads frequently to pick up and drop off my son's friends who live in Chickasaw Gardens. Our property values in Humes Heights, Fenwick, Lombardi, and Joffrey are directly tied to having quiet residential road access to a public park less than a mile away. The Humes Heights Neighborhood Association opposes these gates and agrees with the opinions that this request is nothing more than an attempt to continue to turn Chickasaw Gardens into a private gated community wall by wall. It is elitist and exclusionary in nature. This sets a precedent that we as a city should not support. Allowing this closure will violate city codes and accessibility plans, in addition to adversely affecting the surrounding area's property values, traffic patterns, and safety. If ingress and egress is limited to Central, it will increase traffic and risk of accidents in our surrounding neighborhoods. If Chickasaw Gardens feels their roads are unsafe for pedestrians, they should have discussions about adding street humps or sidewalks, not gates. The so-called offer of a pedestrian access point that they say they will unlock from dusk to dawn is not a real solution. There is no way to guarantee the gate will be unlocked consistently, but regardless of that, we all know people who exercise outside of those time frames. Eliza Fletcher was running in the pre-dawn hours on Central when she was abducted. If we learn anything from her untimely death, it's that all Memphians, not just those in expensive neighborhoods, deserve a safe path to exercise on residential roads, no matter what time they choose to do so. If these gates were added, someone in the area who wants to walk through Chickasaw Gardens with their family after 5 o'clock in the winter would be forced to walk to Central, a 5-lane road with heavy traffic during rush hour. Chickasaw Gardens says the need for additional security is the main reason for this request, but the idea that closing off 2 more residential streets will magically make them safe while leaving all openings to Central is ridiculous at best. At one point, there were over 10 points of entry to Chickasaw Gardens. Today, there are 5, and now they want to reduce that to 3.
Ms. Green, we have 4 minutes to hit, and I have 3 other cards here.
All right, if the residents want to live in a gated community, they should move to one that already exists. We ask that you reject these requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment card is from Michael Hoots. I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong. Hoots, H-O-O-T-S.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to have time tonight. Thank you for your jobs. My name is Michael Hoots. I am a 24-year resident at 193 South Fenwick, just 2 doors down from the proposed closing at Lombardi and Fenwick. As well, I'm a teacher at East High School, and I'm very involved and part of our neighborhood. I'm here to state my opposal to putting up gates or a proposed closed gate at either side of Chickasaw Gardens because we do enjoy the access into the neighborhoods, and we are a part of Chickasaw Gardens, even though we may not be within the walls of Chickasaw Gardens. We love to take our dogs day and night. At 6 o'clock this morning, I was walking through Chickasaw Gardens in the lake myself, and it was 24 degrees outside. It was wonderful. But I want to talk about specifically one reason I oppose. You're going to hear a lot of opposals. You may have heard a lot of other opposals to putting up the gates, but mine has to do with the safety of myself, my husband that resides with me for 24 years, and the neighbors in Picardy Cove and along Fenwick, and the access we have to main roads during specific times of Memphis storms. We know in the past 24 years we've had major storms blow through Memphis where large oak trees were blown down in the neighborhoods. Our neighborhood was hit really hard during both storms. And during both storms, the only access we had to Central Avenue or Lafayette on the other side of Chickasaw Gardens to leave our neighborhood was down Lombardi. Had that street been closed, we would have been trapped in our neighborhood for 7 days before the city could clear all the trees that were blown down in the area. That would have restricted our work, food, and other access to the safe things we can get in Memphis. That's my opposal to this, and I hope that you vote no for closing any streets in Memphis for any neighborhood, because that's not what Memphis is about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next comment card is from William Maroon.
Hello, thanks for your time. My name is William Maroon, 2754 Lombardi. I've got my eye on the time.
Madam Comptroller, time, please. Time. Okay. It was at 2:02. I'm sorry. Gotcha.
Okay. The primary reasons that I'm in opposition are this goes against the guidelines that the City of Memphis and the city urban design guidelines final draft adopted just 1 year ago. The Memphis 3.0 plan you heard a little bit about, as well as the City of Memphis Park Services Master Plan. Each of these encourage access to the parks. Closing 2 of the 5 entrances would limit access to the park, creating a burden for pedestrians. You saw a lady with a stroller. Had she not had vehicle access, she would have had to go all the way around Central. Bikers would be pushed onto a busy street. You've heard one gentleman say he didn't think that would make sense. And now we're not suggesting that this is going to decrease traffic, but just force people through fewer entrances. For these reasons, I don't make this. I hope that you'll join me. It doesn't really make sense.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please, I'm going to allow for 2 minutes for the next speaker in opposition, but then I'll allow 2 minutes for the last card that I have from Jared Wilder. So my next comment card is from Lynn Joyner.
Hello, I live at 127 South Fenwick. We've lived there since...
And your name, please, for the record, please, Ms. Joyner. And your name?
Oh, Lynn Joyner.
Thank you.
127 South Fenwick Road.
Thank you.
And I'm representing Fenwick Road Neighborhood Association. We have lived there since 1984 and have seen a lot of changes, and a lot of them, some of them are with the cooperation of our friends here from Chickasaw Gardens. We've worked together on speed humps. That is a genuine safety issue. Okay, I don't see the current issue is having anything to do with increasing the safety of the neighborhood. It would make it less safe for those of us who walk, run, and bike for some of the reasons that have been cited, but mainly we go at night, we go early in the morning at all hours. We do not want to be forced down to Central, which is a detour. Okay, the other thing, well, I will just, in the interest of cutting time, I agree with everything that's been said. I hope you realize this is such an important issue, that we're at a crossroads here. We are at a crossroads for the community. Either we have gated communities and enclaves that can make reasons for it, and a lot of them will be anecdotal, like some of the ones we've heard today, or we can work together as a whole community on the big issues broadly. But I don't want to see us become a city of gated communities. I don't think that bodes well for our future. Thank you. Please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. My next comment card is from Jared Wilder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's obviously some different perspectives.
Name and address, please, Mr.
Yes,
Wilder.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Jared Wilder. I live at 225 Lombardi Road, Memphis 38111. So the intention of what we're, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you can continue.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So what we want to do is not block off and stop people from having access. What we want to do is we have a significant pedestrian safety issue, and we're having a lot of close calls. In our 1926 neighborhood, we have windy roads, now 97-year-old trees, and we are having more and more close calls. We've already had a biker hit who had multiple surgeries, and we are trying to create a safer area and draw more people in. We do not want anyone to walk around to Central. We want to take these public roads and make them dedicated to public pedestrian access to bring more people in and enhance our community. We are stewards of the park. We have a unique relationship with the city of Memphis, and we want to bring people in to enjoy that, not deter that in any way. We are currently, I am the father of 2 young boys, and I can tell you that it is scary every time they want to go outside. It is only a matter of time before the wrong car comes around the wrong corner and the obscured views and no sidewalks are going to lead to a tragedy. We want to invite people in. We want for everyone to enjoy, and we want to be a haven in our area for people to come and exercise or walk or sit at the park. This intention would prioritize pedestrians in these 2 areas and divert traffic around to Central Avenue. And we have a traffic study from Fisher and Arnold that shows no loss of service with that and does not deter traffic. Central Avenue will be just fine. We feel like prioritizing pedestrians in these 2 areas is the right thing to do for everyone in the area who wants to come, and will create a haven that will bring in more people, not keep people out of our neighborhood. I hope you'll please give us consideration, and I would like to tell you that this is an issue that brings people from our neighborhood. Everyone knows, everyone talks about it, and today they showed up in force, and the people are here because we have a pedestrian safety issue, and we want to make a difference, and I would ask them all to please stand right now and show your support for our intentions to make this a safer area and a better area for the community, not to wall it off.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for everybody taking the time to come down here, both in favor and against, and for y'all's patience here tonight. I'll try to move through this quickly. I know this area very well. I have lived outside the neighborhood or in the neighborhood my entire life. My first 5 years on council, I had a house in the neighborhood. And since then, I've lived on Goodwin Street, just on the other side. Growing up, this is where I biked, this is where I played, this was my carpool. I proposed to my wife walking around the lake. This is, for the most part, my backyard, and I know and understand a lot of these intersections that people are talking about in terms of the pressure. Central Avenue is large. It can handle more traffic. Fenwick and Lombardi are not large streets. Central Avenue is designed to hold as much traffic as possible. There are not 5 entrances to Chickasaw Gardens Park. There are 6. One of them has already been gated off since I think before I was born. And it hasn't been the end of days. It hasn't caused some sort of disaster. It hasn't been a blight upon the city. In fact, I can think of a number of other street closures that the city of Memphis has taken on themselves from time to time that have gone well, whether it be Reddick, whether it be Lily Lane, whether it be Roan, whether it be Massey, and it has improved the walkability and the safety and the character of neighborhoods rather than taken back from them. So I think there are some people who certainly believe that no street should ever be closed at any point whatsoever. And I understand that if Memphis were a utopia, but it's not. We love the city. We work to improve it. But at some points, we have to make certain reasonable concessions for safety and for traffic. People don't always drive the way they should. People don't always behave the way they should. And this, I believe, is a reasonable accommodation to make for a neighborhood that is asking for it, and they've asked for little else from us. They take care of that city park financially. They have put SkyCop cameras up. They hire private security to watch these 330 homes so that our limited police resources can be patrolling other neighborhoods at night. I think this is a consideration that we ought to give all due respect when they come to us in such force and make it. And unity, as you saw from the 92.5%. That is a hard number to get. We rarely get that at the city council here. There has been some misinformation that was spoken about, and I think and to the credit of the people that have come in opposition today, some of this misinformation I also saw on social media where people were talking as if they were from a place of authority. Walking to this park will be unimpeded. There are gates that will be open before and after the park is open. City parks are not open at night, so access being limited at night at 2 a.m. is not an issue here. And it's not an issue either where if you can get your bike out your front door of your house or out your back door, you can be able to get it into Chickasaw Gardens completely unimpeded. So it will be gated. They'll have doors that can be accessed by walkers and bikers. And if you're in your car already and you're coming to Chickasaw Gardens, then yeah, you've got to go a little bit around to one of the 3 entrances on Central, including the only lighted entrance, which is at Central and Goodwin. And Central is designed to handle that traffic. So to my colleagues, I see we've got a lot of us in the queue. There'll probably be more discussion, and I may go ahead and jump back in the queue as soon as we're done because I want to hear your comments as well and your questions. But I think this is a accommodation that we should make. I think it makes sense in this case, and I hear what people's philosophical position is about gates and closing streets in Memphis. But it does, where the rubber meets the road, it doesn't always work out. And I think this is one of those cases that we ought to hear and it'd be for the best interest of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Oftentimes when issues come before the council, we always say, we want to hear from the people. We want to know what the neighbors think, what the citizens think. And sometimes we just don't. But this time we did. We see you in numbers expressing your opinion. Some people have told me it's just an elitist group, and they just want to have their way. So my support is not because you're being or considered something special, but because you came and you let us hear how you actually feel about the situation. And I think that you're deserving of those gates if that's what makes you feel safe. Now, I do have one question. It was brought up about emergency situations. How will those be handled in regards to the trees, when the trees fall and they need exit from their particular neighborhoods, or the police or the firemen? Who's going to be responsible for those situations?
We met with the fire department and the police department prior to even filing this application, and the gates will be emergency access operated, so they'll have the Yelp system in the squat box. Public Works and Sanitation Division has also been contacted by us, and that the gates will be they'll be operable to them also whenever necessary.
I think that needs to be worked out, and everybody knows what happens in case of an emergency. Maybe a sign needs to be placed out there by the gate or something, in an emergency. This is who you need to call.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
get
And
assistance.
what we can also do is when a situation does happen like that, then the gates will be opened.
Okay.
And that way everybody will know that they're open.
I'm not talking about the passenger gate. I'm talking about the swinging gate for the cars.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
The
make sure we
vehicular
understand.
gate.
Okay.
The emergency gate.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. In doing a little research, I found in 2023, there were 57 pedestrian fatalities. And also in 2023, we have had 150 pedestrian crashes. In 2022, there were 83 pedestrian fatalities, as well as 170 pedestrian crashes. It concerns me greatly that they don't have any sidewalks and they're not able to feel like they're safe with their children and with their pets. That's quite a concern for me. I feel better about the gate being accessible to emergency access. And I also feel wonderful about 92% of the community being in favor of this. So for all those reasons, I am advocating for pedestrian safety, and I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I also visited, can you hear me? Also visited the neighborhood just to see exactly what we were voting on. I spoke with the some of the residents, saw exactly what they were talking about in terms of the narrow, winding roads, then a lot of trees, saw the access as well that they were allowing for the public space. There's still great access. It may not be 6 or 10, how it was in 1926, but there are several access points. And I do understand that the community has been paying for their own security. And I also spoke to the security officer about the problems in securing the big space with people, the big neighborhood with the small roads and all of the different trucks. And so this is a neighborhood just trying to keep their neighborhood safe and their residents safe. We saw in the picture the mother and children trying to ride around, and while we were driving our truck through there, it was hard to get through as well with people walking the dogs and things. So I totally get it. I appreciate the fact that they are only blocking off or requesting to have blocked off small sections of streets that lead directly to homes. So anybody on that street, really, there's other streets to get to the park even easier than it would be to go down those little narrow streets that they're proposing to block off. So the safety part and the fact that they are welcoming people to come in, creating the gates and the times to be open, and even are open to having the gates open, so there won't be any certain time frames to leave them open. As it was stated earlier, our parks are only open from dusk to dawn, and that fits that requirement as well. So because of the fact that I've seen them, I've seen the streets, I understand what they're saying. I talked to the residents, talked to the security officers, and I totally agree that neighborhoods, and these are citizens as well that we represent. We represent all citizens, regardless of socioeconomic levels. And if there are other neighborhoods that come, whether they are in this figure of, whatever you feel like that this community represents, any community that comes to advocate for their community, we are responsible to be open and to hear them. And so for that, I think they, as my colleagues have said, they have pleaded their case and shown the information, shown the proof, and I totally agree that we should be just as open. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't heard from Councilman Warren and Covet. I'll come back to you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask Ms. Reeve or Mr. Brittenham a question? Brittenham. I can ask you a question. Could you possibly explain to me how having pedestrian gates are going to improve the safety for people walking in the community? Why do they have to have pedestrian gates? Why is there not an open access if you're looking at pedestrian safety?
Well, first of all, Dedrick Brittenham.
Yes,
my
Dedrick.
address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229. As I understand your question.
Like right now, they've got gates that are going to close at dusk and dawn. What pedestrians, why are there gates? If what we're talking about is pedestrian safety and not isolating the neighborhood.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah.
Pedestrians and vehicles do not mix on roadways.
No. Pedestrians need access.
Yes.
Pedestrians from other neighborhoods who are walking in, coming in with bikes, they don't want to necessarily just come into that neighborhood and ride around on the safe streets, between 5 in the morning, 5 at night. They may want to come at 9 at night. But that gate is locked for pedestrians. Why is there a gate there for pedestrians if all you're trying to do is improve traffic safety?
Well, as I understand it, the Memphis City parks are closed at certain hours.
But city streets are not.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There are several city streets that are closed and
Which
do not
ones?
have access to vehicles. The primary one is right outside this doorway.
In neighborhoods where people live?
Sir, I thought you said city streets.
Yeah, city streets and neighborhoods where people live.
And there are neighborhoods that are closed. Yes, sir.
Tell me about the neighborhoods that are closed.
Well,
completely closed.
Pardon?
Tell me about the neighborhoods that are closed.
That have city streets that were closed?
No, city streets that are closed to pedestrian traffic.
Oh.
That make pedestrian traffic more difficult.
Okay, well, hold on a second.
I guess, excuse me, let me back this up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what I'm saying is the arguments that we're hearing is this is about pedestrian safety. And the traffic that we heard about were more UPS delivery trucks, more Uber trucks, more people coming through driving that don't know the neighborhood. And we're putting up gates that have a pedestrian gate that stops them from coming in from 5 at night till 5 in the morning. What does that do for pedestrian safety?
Well, respectfully, sir, the pedestrian gates are open during the day.
And
now,
I'm talking about at night.
I understand what you're saying. This will limit the vehicles in certain areas of the neighborhood. If you could go back to the slide, please, ma'am.
I'm talking about we're closing access to pedestrians with gates from dawn till dusk. From dusk till dawn. That's what these gates are doing. They're closing off pedestrians walking into the neighborhood. If the argument for putting up these gates is that what we're doing is making the neighborhood safe from traffic, why would you wall off your neighbors in the surrounding communities with a gated off for pedestrians? Why wouldn't you have just an open access where people could just walk through?
Open access to
pedestrians.
And bicyclists.
Can I help you out?
What you're asking is that the pedestrian gates remain open when the park is closed.
There are no gates.
Is that what you're asking?
What I'm saying is if you were trying to if you take the gates completely out, go ahead.
So let me try to clarify what Dr. Warren is suggesting. So I think the argument that Dr. Warren is making, if it's truly about pedestrian safety and giving people access to the park, if they're walking, why do we have gates limiting pedestrian access at all. He's not arguing the point about vehicles. What he's suggesting, and I believe this is what he's suggesting, will you all be amenable to allowing 24/7 access for pedestrians only? I think that's what Dr. Warren is getting. We have not had an answer yet. So
now that I understand the question, I'd be happy to talk to my clients about it.
So, Mr. Britton, turn around and look to all the people you brought out. There's a lot of people in the crowd putting a thumbs up to that amendment by Dr. Warren. So,
yes, sir. Now that I understand the question, I'd be happy to
I guess
consult with
the
my.
question
May I have
is,
a few minutes, please, to consult with my clients?
Please, but I think this is sort of, in my mind, the big question. You know, I don't think we have any data that shows limiting these two access points are going to stop the UPS trucks or the other trucks or the other extra traffic or the Uber people, because they're going to be coming in the other way and they'll be driving strangely. But if what's going to happen is, you know, this is going to pass and you want it to pass, one of the things that I think would show your neighbors in surrounding communities that you want them in is not to put a pedestrian gate. Just have the gate for the vehicular traffic, if that's what you need, and leave an open area that's just wide enough for a bicycle or someone with a stroller.
I understand, Dr. Warren. May I have 2 minutes to discuss this with my client, Mr. Chairman?
Got another question. Yeah, well, you can talk to your client, but we have Mr. Covet in the queue, so yeah, you can have that.
I'll
but
respectfully wait to hear from Mr. Covet.
Okay, Mr. Covet. Well, we have other members in the queue to speak. Mr. Covet.
Well, my question was just make sure that the applicant understands that the HOA is now in charge, or will be in charge if this passes. Perpetual maintenance of private streets required by the property owners, the existing sign blades to be changed at the applicant's expense, the construction of curb, gutter, sidewalk across the closure by the city engineer is all HOA. I don't think these guys are going to have any problem paying for it. I just want to make sure, get this high sign that you know that you're going to pay for it.
Absolutely, we know that we are going to pay for all those services.
Okay. While you guys work on the, I guess, gate or just opening, we ought to offer some amendments for everybody to chew on because in the package, it speaks to no remote open access shall be allowed by residents. We need to work on, how do we strike that depending on this gate question? I would like language as regards how the gate is to be opened in an emergency, specifically contacts. Could be the HOA president, I don't care, but just give me some wording on that. And last but not least, it speaks to, in some places, clickers for the HOA. I want to make sure that we have cleanup language that the HOA members can, in fact, have clickers. They can have access to that gate, that any and all language as regards limitations to that be stricken. All right, so
could you repeat that last part?
All right, that any and all language, just in case I missed it in our package, in this resolution, any language that speaks to the HOA residents not being able to obtain a clicker for the gate be stricken, that in fact HOA members can have clickers.
They will not have clickers.
They are not going to have clickers.
No, sir.
Because they don't need access.
Oh, the wording on this. Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to strike all wording that no HOA member family may have a clicker to the gate.
There could be somebody that could access the gate in order to open it in an emergency. So
Correct.
I would not want to prohibit anybody from not having it. So you would have a steward
Hang on,
of the
I got
gate.
this one again. So you're okay with striking a clicker is purchased from the HOA?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to put it out there that strike all language as regards any member of the HOA being able to purchase a clicker for the gate, and strike any and all language that speaks to no remote open access shall be allowed by residents. I'm just trying to clean it up at this point.
Yes.
Doesn't mean I'm for or against. I'm just, if it passes, I want the language stricken. Fair enough? Without objection?
What about the gate?
They're going to answer the gate question. Chairman, if I could have a second, and there's no objection.
Is there a second on that motion that they? Well, is it motion? Okay.
objection.
Objection to that particular motion.
Take out, so the language that Councilman Corbett suggested be stricken or removed in its entirety is allowing the members of the HOA or any member of the community to have access to the clickers.
Correct.
So I think Ms. Reeves suggested that the language has already been removed. Maybe we are looking at some of the older documents, and it appears to be some confusion by planning and development. It appears they want to.
DPD is going to correct that.
John Zena, Planning and Development, sorry. I don't think we need to change anything. The conditions that we have in the resolution just speak to no remote access shall be allowed by residents, and that's been agreed to by the applicant.
Correct, but on page 16, on page 16, it speaks to exit-only access if a clicker is purchased.
And that's in the staff report?
Correct, page 16. I just want to clarify that that's for emergency vehicles only and not residents. If I'm wrong...
That's not part of the resolution that is before you.
All right, then as long as I know we're safe and we got it on the record. All right, then last but not least, and I'll close my remarks, I just need an emergency contact in case people need to get that gate open. It's not a fire truck, trees come down. We need access. I need a friendly amendment for that.
Okay.
And guys, all this is designed to do, basically, if it passes, it's in there. If it doesn't pass, we had it covered.
And as far as the pedestrian gate, we could have that to remain unlocked 24 hours.
So it'll just remain open.
It would just be an open door.
Yes.
I guess the reason I'm thinking about that is you've ever
Ms.
pushed,
Warren,
if you,
let me recognize other members in the queue.
okay, could I just,
Okay.
if you push this stroller,
So,
you don't want a gate.
so I have a couple of questions here and clarification, clarifying points I'd like to make here. There were some assertions about pedestrian fatalities for pedestrian access. And colleagues, and for new council members that are coming on, I hope that you are going to be driven by data. So, and not by emotions. Look, everybody wants a safe city, but Ms. Logan, there are neighborhoods in your community, in your district, that don't have sidewalks. They have UPS trucks coming and going. And so do we say to them, so what I would ask the homeowners, if this is about pedestrian safety, a lot of neighborhoods have sidewalks. Has it been explored for the homeowners association to install sidewalks? No. On your property, you can say, the homeowners association can say throughout Chickasaw Gardens that we want to install sidewalks now. They can just, each individual would have to do so, and it will be done at their expense. But if this were about safe pedestrian safety, and you're concerned about people walking and their dogs and not being subject to vehicular traffic, sidewalks instead of gates. So there are plenty of areas in Memphis that do not have sidewalks. So the way that we address them is by gating them off as well? I would contend no. So if we allow these gates to be erected, we're just going down a slippery slope and setting a precedent that all you have to do is come down to council meetings and you get a gate erected in your neighborhood. This is a collective community that we have here in Memphis. Shared sacrifice by us all. We all want a safe neighborhood. We all want a safe Memphis. But the way to, and I like how, and I say this facetiously, how it's being sold as pedestrian safety. Have we had any? So provide data that talks about, is it more likely for someone to be hit by a car in this neighborhood compared to others? That's the data that I feel that we should be making decisions on. If the data comes back and says, yes, it's more likely for a pedestrian to be hit in this neighborhood, I'll be the first one supporting it. But this is not, we are asked to make this decision without any data supporting the assertions made. None. So I don't know if I would get a second for this, but I would ask that we hold this and let the police department come back and say, here's what we've done. Here's what has been the results of this. Okay. So I have council members in the queue on this item. So this is just on the whole first. Yeah. Right. Okay, well.
There's no sidewalk.
Yeah, but, okay, Councilwoman Logan.
I just wanted to make certain that I responded to the comment about communities in my district with no sidewalks. And code and development 901 will tell you I have been an advocate for sidewalks being put in my neighborhood, and the streets in the not my neighborhood, but the neighborhoods in my district that don't have them, I'm the number one advocate for those to be put in there by the city. Director Bolin and I have had that conversation. It's our responsibility to put those in the neighborhood, to have sidewalks.
The developer doesn't.
Pardon me?
If the developer doesn't, then it's the property.
The ones in my neighborhood, in my community.
But Ms. Logan, I just said that to you because all of us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, every single one of us has neighborhoods without sidewalks. So the assertion that I was making here.
But the streets aren't the same size.
I promise you, if you ride in Whitehaven, you see the same thing.
And there are communities that are gated in Whitehaven as well, though.
But what I'm saying,
it's not a race thing with me.
Twinkletown, for instance. Yep, I ain't got no sidewalk. So that's the point. We can drive across, and so, but now we have to get back to the whole. We have to.
I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that I'm a chief advocate for neighborhoods in my
personally
community.
Get it. Yes. Yeah. Councilman Logan Smiley. I'm sorry, Morgan Smiley, and then Logan, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the hold and a few of the comments, we don't want to wait for every resolution we pass to be written in blood. We can proactively legislate before accidents happen, and that's okay too. We don't have to wait. You can go and show up with your own eyes, walk it with your own feet, and see the problems that they have and come to a rational decision without waiting for somebody to be killed. And I think this is something that fits that circumstance. And Dr. Warren, pedestrian access is not closed off to a single one of these streets in the Chickasaw Gardens neighborhood. You can come walk them with me at any time of the night, 3 a.m., midnight, whatever it is. We will always be able to access them. We will always be able to walk them to our heart's content. We're talking about limiting access at 2 locations that it sounds like now the applicants have yielded on and would rather be opened up. But there are not a lot of people, let's be honest, walking neighborhoods at 3 a.m. that are sightseeing or looking at the stars. And so that's, we're not going to block anybody from coming into a neighborhood at 3 p.m. At 3 a.m., you got some problems and people want to be diligent and looking out for their neighbors and keep a watch. That's the part of our entire camera program that we've been putting up across the city in every neighborhood, rich and poor. So to the hold, I would say we should dispense with this right now. If the vote for hold fails, I would move previous question and we go ahead and vote and deal with this. People don't have to come down here. 5 new council members don't have to get updated on the issue and get hundreds and hundreds of more emails, and that we deal with this tonight once and for all. I think we've heard the case. I think we understand it. I think there's going to be some agree to disagree amongst council members for various reasons, but the details of this case, for the most part, have been hammered out, and we owe them a vote and a solution tonight rather than holding. So I'm going to vote against the hold, move previous question, and then hopefully we can get on to the rest of the agenda debate and the evening, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, I appreciate a pretty good argument. I think that both sides made a really good argument. But this conversation for me, it reminds me of a very eager J.B. Smiley, the attorney, visiting an HOA meeting in the city of Memphis. I won't talk about the neighborhood. But in that particular meeting, what transpired was something that I thought was concerning. It was a group of wealthy people. And during that HO meeting, one of the individuals present said, there's so much crime going on in the city of Memphis, maybe our community should consider building a wall. And I'm gonna tell you why that's problematic for me, because that doesn't breed inclusivity, that doesn't breed one Memphis, that breeds let me be excluded from the general population. I'm not sure that's the Memphis that I want to be a part of. And on the other side, I do value each and every person who comes down and take time out today and come making a very strong argument for why they believe that this will ultimately put them in a better position. And then I'm also reminded of this, a couple things. If this truly was about pedestrian safety, and please correct me if I'm wrong, someone in planning and development, I think this neighborhood declined speed humps, but it's about pedestrian safety. I believe that this neighborhood declined those traffic calming devices. I'm not understanding why, if it's about safety, we're declining traffic calming devices. But in addition to that, what I also reminded, we're not the first body to hear this. Planning and development said no. And then when it went before a land use control board, they said no. And what's happening here is you're coming before us after planning and development say no, after land use control board say no, you're asking this body to say yes. And, without any data. Councilman Jones quotes a school board member, Sarah Lewis, all the time, and I will let him say the quote.
You can't measure it, you can't manage it. If you can't manage it, you can't improve it.
And I think his argument that ultimately sold me today, because I've wavered on this issue. I had a meeting with Mr. Wilder here. He did a really good job for you all, so kudos to him and Dedrick and Cindy. But when I was looking at it, I get back to there is no data. So I'm having a hard time here, and I'm going to support a hold, and hopefully you can have some data. But I don't know if the hold's going to win today, but I'm going to support a hold just because there has been no data presented, because there's folks making good argument on both sides, and with no argument that, for me, that supersedes the other, I'm in the position that, I think maybe there's more information that out there that this body would benefit from when we make a decision. But we'll see what happens. But good job on both sides, and I appreciate the participation of everyone. I often say that government works best when we have active participation from the community. So thank each and every one of you for coming out. And I really do hope, in 2024, this is the last time you come to City Hall, because I don't know any of you out there, like a very small few, and I see a consistent few who always come, because the issues that this body deals with is more important than, erecting a gate or choosing not to erect a gate. This city has some real challenges, and all of you out there seems to have means and the ability to help the city of Memphis with some of its real issues. So I hope that you participate more than just this singular issue, but other issues as well. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smiley. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know that they had rejected speed humps, and so that's new information, and I would like to hold as well until to get more information about that. I had no idea that speed humps were rejected. I just assumed, because I drove down the streets, and I know those streets are more narrow than some of the streets that are in my community and other communities in my district, and they were told that they could not get speed humps because of the street being narrow. So if this community was offered speed humps and rejected them, that's problematic, and I would like to get more information about that. So I support the whole.
Okay. This is...
Point of information about the speed humps.
Well, Ms. Morgan, you said after this you were going to call for the question.
After the vote for the hold, but this answer directly goes to council members and whether or not they're voting for a hold. As Councilman Logan just said, it has been alleged that they were offered speed humps and rejected it. I would like to find out the truth of that if any council members object.
Right. And so that's the purpose of the hold, colleagues.
I can answer
to provide.
We can answer it right now.
But Ms. Reese, respectfully, I would like for us to go back to engineering, who may have, your recollection of this may be different. So, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the screens for the vote on the hold? This is on the hold. Yes. I was the maker of that motion, and I think it was seconded by Councilman Warren. Thank you. Yes.
Carlisle, no. Colbert, no. Ford, yes. Johnson, no. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Robinson, no. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please? Okay. So this item will be held until our next meeting, which is January 9th.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 11? Yes. 9 and 10. Both
Please.
of them, 9 and 10, have been held until the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will note that item 9 and 10 will be
Yes.
held until January 9th. No, majority. Item number 11 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a planned development at the subject property located at 1674 Delano Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 23-16.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chair, before we proceed with item number 11, I think we need to go back and clean up item number 10. It was not read and voted on one way or other.
This was a hold on both of the items.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But they were never read out loud. I'm just saying it was not read out the place on the record.
Okay. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Yes, if you would, please.
We did read item number 9, and we had a rightful hold on it, but I'd like to read item number 10's caption that will also be held until January 9th. The caption is a resolution approving the right-of-way vacation of Lombardi Road between South Fenwick Road and Cherokee Drive. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SAC 23-05.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
And I have read number 11 into the record.
Yes. So, Councilwoman Johnson, item number 11.
Okay. This item was not discussed in committee, but it was sent directly down without recommendation, so we need a
presentation.
I so move, and we do need a presentation.
So if you would move so electronically, please. And seconded by Councilman Warren. The floor is yours, Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a case, and I think we're getting a presentation up here in just a second. It is a case PD 2316, a planned development to allow a self-service mini-storage facility at 1674 Delano Avenue. You can see here on the left is a location map in the Fraser area just north of the 240 loop. And on the right is the vicinity map showing the notice that was sent out to adjacent property owners. Here you have to the left, the zoning. This property is zoned CMU1. It is bordered by RU1 residential properties on the west side, and it is CMU1 to the north and CMU3 to the south. On the right, you see the land use. The pink star is the property, and it is commercial to the north and to the east and to the south, and then residential to the west. Again, an aerial of the property showing the current use is office space to the south of the property to the bottom, and there are 5 car wash bays, self-service car wash bays, and then auto sales. Photos of the subject property from Delano and then also from Watkins. And aerial views of the site here. So on the left is the existing plan showing the existing uses of office, self-service car wash, and then there are auto sales. To the right is the proposed plan, which is retaining the office space, however, converting the car wash and the auto sales to a self-storage, a mini self-storage facility, 1 story. So the applicant is requesting this plan development to allow the self-storage mini storage facility in a CMU1, commercial mixed-use 1 district. Self-storage mini storage facilities are not allowed in the CMU1 district, which is why the plan development is being requested. And I mentioned the current uses. DPD did recommend rejection to the Land Use Control Board with, if approved with outline plan conditions. The Land Use Control Board is recommending approval with those outline plan conditions. And the outline plan conditions are essentially for the use. It allows anything in CMU1 with the addition of the self-storage facility, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you.
Can you speak into the mic?
Okay, can you please go back to a previous slide? I think you said, was the front part going to be, what is it being used for, the existing use? And what is that again?
The existing use, and if we pull this up, the existing use has 2 office bays, and then a 5-bay self-car wash facility, and then auto sales. And so the new use would retain the office space, but it would only allow then the self-storage facility. The self-storage facility would replace the car wash and the auto sales.
Is there going to be a fence or division between those 2 uses?
Between the office and the self-storage?
Yes.
There is not between the 2 uses. There is iron fencing already surrounding the property, and it will be modified slightly to allow vehicular entrance and queuing space for that. But the 2 office spaces, and the applicant might be able to answer that. I know that they're going to keep that building, and I don't know if that office space is solely going to be used for the self-storage facility or not, because right now there are a couple of different businesses in there.
Okay. Can I hear from the applicant, please? Go ahead. He's talking. Sure.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair and Chair members. My name is Evelyn Royston, 2809 Kirby Parkway, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
The mic struggles. It's okay. It's okay.
My glasses. I cannot go.
Take your time.
Sorry for that.
There we go. We'll get it together.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The applicants and owner, Byron Cook and Lottie Jones, by the way, a city here, have been a stapler among this community and are a valuable attribute for over 28 years.
Some would also refer to Mr. Cook as a rock. He flourishes, he stays put, but he constantly grows. And he's been at this location for 28 years. They currently are operating a multi-business facility that offers car wash, business office, and auto sales. The most positive impact their business have had in this community is creating jobs to encourage more people to stay in the area. This not only allows people to work closer to home, but also improves the quality of life for the community by increasing city revenue, creating a more self-sustainable community while connecting the community together. They maintain a clean, safe, and aesthetically pleasing business center here at Watkins and Delano intersection. Currently on the east side of this property intersection, there's a U-Haul storage facilities. If you would put up that site, I think that's page 8 and 9, please. It would show, these U-Haul service center on the opposite side, on the east side of this property. As you can see here on the east side of that intersection, there's a U-Haul storage there. This, as I said, the most positive impact that they've had in this community is creating jobs for people to stay in this area. And this will allow people to work closer to home, but also improve the quality of life of the community by increasing city revenue, creating a more self-sustainable community while connecting them together. Mr. Cook, along with the owner of the U-Haul facility, have collaborated to work together because of the demand for storage in this community and the growing families to have the conveniency to do business near their schools, library, community center, keeps the community thriving together. This property is currently Zone CMU1, which permits multi-storage units, but the Cook's request is for 85 single storage unit. Now, this particular zoning does permit two-story storage unit, but does not permit single-story, and he wants to do single storage units. This would be used to enhance the improvement of the site and would clear up all the cars that are sitting dormant, even though they are enclosed and secured with an electronic gate. Again, the site plan shows the perimeter of the property is enclosed with a wrought iron gate, and this is how the site appears. Okay, they've gone on to the next. A storage facility would be much nicer and neat for this intersection immediately off of I-240 exit. We have no oppositions to the Cooks operating a storage facility at this location. Matter of fact, they have 100% support from the surrounding communities. The request use is compatible with the location characteristics, zoning, and adjacent land use, and zoning, as the proposed self-storage would not be too intense in terms of both use and scale for the surrounding neighborhood and the nearby elementary schools. There currently are 2 other storage facilities located on James Road, at Covington Pike, and on Austin P at Stage Road that are Zone CMU1 that permit single-story self-storage, but were approved recently for PUD for single storage units as well. The project presently is served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as street parking, drainage, refuse disposable, fire protection, and emergency services, water and sewer, or that the applicant will provide adequately for such services. We are requesting that City Council members would approve application for a single self-storage unit at this location. And I would also like to thank those who have served us very well and are exiting at the end of this month. I hope I see you along your journey, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson, you're in the queue. Oh, okay. Seeing no other council members to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, no. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 12? Item 12. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, it is. 13 has been withdrawn. Madam Comptroller, will you please call our consent agenda?
Item number 14 is up for a second reading on our consent agenda. The ordinance number is 5895, and it's sponsored by Chairman Jones. Item number 15 is also up for second reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z2312. The ordinance number is 5894. Item number 16 is a resolution approving the engineering plans for University Lofts and accepting bond as security. There's a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5451. Item number 17 is a resolution approving the engineering plans for Frank Kazaza subdivision, part of Lot 4, 2023, and accepts revised letter of credit in lieu of bond. The contract number is CR-5452. Item number 18 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Broad Avenue Apartments and releasing bond. There is a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5364. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you. Our consent agenda has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on it, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call our MLG&W fiscal consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will take us to item number 19, a resolution ratifying the emergency award of contract number 12474, UPA emergency meter repair to Utility Partners of America, LLC, in the funded not to exceed amount of $7,098,724.30. Item number 20 is a resolution ratifying the emergency award of contract number 12463, UMRF Ventures, Inc., to UMRF Ventures, Inc., in the funded not to exceed amount of $959,000. Item number 21 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12236, meter support maintenance with Honeywell, to ratify the change and current contract in the funded not to exceed amount of $145,259. Item number 22 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12265, Autodesk with DLT Solutions, LLC, to renew, change, and increase the contract value in the funded amount of $464,719.23. Item number 23 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12464, Samsara Fleet Safety and Track Solution with Samsara Incorporated, to expand the scope and increase the current contract value in the funded amount of $648,028.50. Item number 24 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12288, Gas Matrix Utility Landscaping with Enlightenment, Inc., doing business as APS Facility Maintenance, in the funded amount of $398,448. Item number 25 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12366, large directional drilling with Memphis Road Boring Company Incorporated to renew the current contract for the first of 4 annual renewal terms for the period covering January 1st, 2024 through December 31st. It says 2024, but that possibly could be corrected, in the funded amount of $2,509,000. Item number 26, our final item, is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12378, fleet maintenance with Goodyear Commercial Tire and Service Center in the funded amount of $1,144,008. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our fiscal consent items for MLG&W.
Thank you. Our MLG&W fiscal consent agenda has been moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I have 2 comment cards on the MLG&W. The first one is from Glenda Hicks. Name and address for the record, please, Ms. Hicks.
Good evening,
Good
Glenda
evening.
Hicks, 3090 Woodrush Drive, 21st century Memphis or bust. Thank you all. As we come to the end of a most challenging, frustrating, and financially abusive year regarding Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Services, I ask each of you to give serious weight to your continued approval of millions of dollars regarding light, gas, and water. You unanimously say yes to continue, and then with that, you're continuously strapping already overstressed citizens, ones who live paycheck to paycheck. Of course, we understand that this council recently approved a rate increase that's going to seriously impact the citizenry. Per Doug McGowan's own statement to Fox 13 on September 20th, this situation that has caused delayed bills is now he's saying won't be remedied until the end of 24. So you've got people yet coming in to a situation where they have yet to receive corrected bills and meters are yet malfunctioning. So I ask this council to take this situation into serious consideration as you move forward with any requests from MLGW. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next card is from Pamela Moses.
Pamela Moses, 2383 Jackson Avenue, 38108. MLG&W charged me $143 because I called in a gas leak. They said it was a false gas leak. It wasn't. It was a broken thermostat that cost us almost $500 to fix. I got the receipt from National Economy Plumbers to prove it. If you don't believe me, I'm a single parent on a fixed income. MLG&W refuses to give me a courtesy credit, but yet they've entered into a binding agreement of fraud with Honeywell. And just like I know what product liability is. If you don't, Commissioner Smiley, you're an attorney. Product liability claims can be based on negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, fitness. This typically depends on the jurisdiction which the claim is based. So due to the fact that there is product liability law, if you give them another dime, I'm going to report each one of you to the federal government, because all of those things that they say they need money for, they're under warranty. So therefore, they should be filing a claim with Honeywell or whoever it is in which guaranteed that warranty. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If you vote on it, that's up to you. I will say this. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Y'all keep cutting all these deals. They won't even give me $143 credit. You gave me your word, Mr. McGowan, the last time I was here. You would talk to me about my community and the things that it needs, but you refused to do that. You refuse to talk to me about my community, but you're getting ready to put gates up. Well, just like Trump might not be able to run for office, some of y'all gonna be joining them in federal.
Okay, Madam Comptroller, the voting screen, please. That was our last comment card.
Get on our game, everybody. Let's get it started.
Right. Oh, come on.
Am I doing the consent agenda?
Consent agenda.
Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Chairman Jones, yes. Pardon me? Please show Councilmember Warren is voting yes.
Okay, that item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 40?
That would take us to our add-ons. Item number 40 is a resolution accepting grant funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security over a 3-year period for the 2022 SAFER grant in the amount of $13,824,420.40 and appropriating FY24 funds in the amount of $1,700,625.02. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The committee may recommend approval, and I so move.
Item number 40 has been moved by Councilwoman Logan, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 41?
Item number 41 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $300,000 to Memphis Inner City Rugby to assist in the operation of its program. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would invite my colleagues to join as co-sponsors if they would be so willing.
Okay, if there's no objection, would you please note that the co-sponsors of that are all council members that are present?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Okay. Item number 41 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Council members, please cast your votes. Thank you. Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 42?
Item number 42 is a resolution to amend the Youth Pilot Program funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move. Is it as amended? I've got as amended. Yeah, as amended.
So this
Thank
is
you.
as amended as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Council members, please cast your vote for item number 42 as amended.
Carlisle, yes. Colbat, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 43?
Item number 43 is a resolution approving a management agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, Inc. to manage and operate downtown museum facility. District 5, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, during committee, there was a motion to not have same night minutes, and I would like to make sure this goes through regular channels without same night minutes.
Okay.
If without objection.
Is there any objection to removing the same night minutes for this? Okay. So there's no objection. We will remove the same night minute request for this item. So, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen to vote on item number 43, but without, oh, okay, yes, I'm sorry. Ms. McClain, Virginia McClain, we have 3 comment cards, colleagues.
I need a motion and a second for this item.
So, Councilman Warren, would you move this, please? Okay. Yes.
Hi, I'm Virginia McClain, and I'd like to thank those who were
Ms.
in the
McClain, name and address for the address for the record, please.
Virginia McClain,
Okay.
3838 Poplar.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for allowing me to present in the executive committee today. I think there's been a lot of misinformation and confusion about the position of Friends for Our Riverfront. For those of you who weren't there, I just want to say quickly that basically our position is that there's no rush to, there's no time sensitiveness to this contract, that the issue is in the courts, that neither Brooks nor the city owns the land, that Brooks is a private institution, that they do not have a building permit, that they haven't raised the money to build the building, and that truthfully, why sign a management contract now for a building that won't be built for 2 years? And then there's the issue of what does the contract say? The contract that y'all are being asked to sign today has not been made public. I understand that y'all have seen it, but nobody else has seen it. So I ask that I'm delighted that we're having this chance to talk, and I welcome the opportunity to talk with anybody on the City Council about this. Since 2017, we've been trying to work with Brooks Art Museum and the city. We've only asked that the promenade be honored, that the bluff remain green, and that there be a promenade either around or through or across the river, that the two could work together. We have been ignored, we have been misled, and I very much would welcome the City Council becoming involved with us, giving us an opportunity to work with Brooks, to work with the city. So I thank you for this time, and I thank you for honoring the fact that there's no contract up and delaying minutes for this, what do you call it, for a vote tonight. Thank you.
Ms. McClain, I have a question for you. So,
yes.
What's before us is to approve the management agreement. As you know, although things are in litigation, there's construction that's taking place already. So with construction taking place without a management contract,
who would be responsible for the construction that's currently underway?
Well, I think they have hired contractors themselves. I think that they have to be responsible themselves. The court ruled that it kind of gave a warning to them. She said, we have claims, but then she divided the baby and she asked us to come up with $1 million, which we do not have. So it's still in the courts. We're waiting on the judge to decide.
Development agreement between the city and Brooks.
Oh, the development, what about it?
Development agreement is what is going to contemplate that property.
I'm sorry, this is Stacy Greenway. I don't know the answer to your answer.
Thank you. So, Ms. Greenway, I have your card next. Name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you for that.
So much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I don't understand all the lingo.
Hello, council persons, and good evening. I am Stacy Greenway. I represent Friends of Our Riverfront as well as the descendants of some of the heirs of Memphis. My address is 780 Ridge Lake Boulevard, 3812820. And so I kind of wanted to start with your comment, Councilperson Jones, in the committee meeting. You said the city is being held hostage with the development of this land downtown. The city doesn't own the land. That seems to be a very big misconception amongst a lot of people. And so when you don't own the land, there's restrictions to what you can do with the land, and the Supreme Court has recognized their ability to enforce this easement. I want to be clear, the descendants of the founders of Memphis, they're not holding the city hostage, nor do they want to. The bottom line is that they own the land, and they have rights and responsibilities. They have the right to challenge the city and the city's use of this land, and they have a responsibility to protect the public's interest in this land as a public promenade. The laws and the Constitution of the state of Tennessee will determine what happens with the public promenade. The laws and the Constitution of this state are not holding you hostage, they're holding you accountable. We're just asking for you to allow the court to do its job and make a determination before you push forward on a contract. That affects a lot of things. So I also want to end with your comment to your successors. You urged them to figure out a way to settle this issue and come to an agreement. The city mailed a letter to the descendants in October of 1999, recognizing the need for some sort of partnership to figure out what could be done with the public promenade. 24 years later, we still do not have an agreement, but you have an heir right here telling you she's willing to agree with you on something. Just meet with her. There is nothing at that point right now. I think we have to start somewhere. And it seems to me holding off on approving a contract that it isn't even at issue for 2 years seems a really good place to start.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Greenway.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Warren, Carlisle, and Logan are in the queue. I think they may have some questions.
I heard today that one of the projects that we were looking at, like doing a zip line or something across, had been stopped by by your group. Is that accurate?
Not to my knowledge, nothing like that. But if that is something that is going to happen, then you're acknowledging maybe that they need some sort of approval to do so. And if you're needing approval for a zip line, why don't you need approval for a 180,000 square foot building?
That's why I don't know anything if that's true or not.
May I say it's not true?
Ms. McClain, Ms. McClain, you've had the opportunity to speak. Yes.
You know, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. And, you know, Councilperson Jones, I think you've said once before, like, you want to do your homework and you want to make sure that you get it right. I think that there are plenty of questions being asked, and I think that just means we have more homework. So.
Thank you. We may have a question for you from Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. And I'll try and be brief because I know I'm tired, and I know you guys are too, and it's the holidays. This is about the management agreement. Your issues are with construction. What in the management agreement do you take issue with? And to your point, you're adverse to the city, and you're not seeking reconciliation with the council or the city. You're seeking summary judgment from the Chancery Court. So how are those two related?
Okay, so we just saw a minute ago that closing a street and putting up a gate, you have responsibility for the private parties that are going to be putting up that gate, maintaining the gate. And so those types of things who's responsible for building it, who's maintaining it, who's funding it. Those are the types of things that are going to be in this management and operation agreement. And so until we have the answers for that on who the responsible party is, then you shouldn't be voting on whether or not it should be approved or not, because we don't know the details.
But you're conflating that, and you're trying to convolute it with your issue with the construction design of the promenade.
I don't think that the issue is the construction or the design. I mean, that's part of the issue, but
Wait, so is it or is it not?
There are probably about 8 claims in the complaint. So, the use of the land is at issue. The specific enforcement of this easement is at issue.
But I guess that's my question is in what relation does that have to do with the management agreement of an inevitable museum that is going to open? And what standing does the Friends of the Riverfront have to negotiate that management agreement? I understand the claims on the construction.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to get into that because, again, you're in active litigation.
Mm-hmm.
And I would remind my colleagues of that. So let's take the promenade and put that in a box for a hot minute because that has nothing to do with what's before us. You're asking us to delay a vote on the management agreement for an operation of between the city and a museum, and on today what the city believes is it's land. If the judge rules otherwise, that's the city's position.
The Supreme Court in 1965 said the city does not own the land.
But the city's position is adverse to yours.
The city is that, everyone's recognized that they have an easement. We're arguing over the scope of an easement, not on ownership.
Is the benefit of the use of the land, not the ownership of the land itself.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let me back up and try.
Well, look, it's okay. I mean, I guess what I'm just getting at is
why am I here challenging a contract?
Why would you like us to delay a vote on the management agreement with the city that is unrelated to the litigation about the use of the land?
Because I think it is related. And especially, we've alleged that they are a private entity, they're a private, organization that's funding this, they're private economic developers. And if we prove that, then, I think that has a very big impact on who builds it, who maintains it, and who funds it.
So I
Just
guess
like we saw for an HOA.
So you would concede the point that if the judge ruled in your favor that it would probably strike down the management agreement anyway in part or in whole?
Correct. So okay, yes. But if you're trying to build relationships and come to a consensus and an agreement with people, that's what I said, this might be a good place to start.
I hear you. Unfortunately, the city council is not in a position to be the administration to which you guys have failed to do so, to your point, in 24 years. And I hear you. I'm not saying, I'm just...
Is that my failure or our failure?
You represent the entity, correct? Like I represent the city of Memphis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't get to be, I wasn't around in 1999 for it, but I'm not trying to be argumentative with you. I just don't, it's the argument that doesn't make sense to me. Whether we move forward on the management agreement or not, to me today, is insignificant. It's the spirit of the argument that I'm taking issue with. Mm-hmm. And for me, it's not all jiving. You're saying we have a problem with the use of the land, so we're suing you for it because we believe that the easement that the heirs gave is violated. That's fair. That's a fair argument. Okay. But then to say that the management agreement is directly related to that, knowing that it may get struck down for some reason, that's the piece of the argument that...
Isn't it labeled a use and operating agreement?
Correct, because the city believes that it owns the property.
That's not what the city believes, but that's not the position they've taken in court.
Then why would we have a management agreement by and between the city and the operator for its use?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Great, then I guess we can let the court settle it.
That's what I'm saying. There's questions to be asked,
but let me answer it. I see our attorney back. Let me answer it for you. It's because the city believes they own the property because we've had a firehouse and a garage there, and the only thing you guys have is an easement or your claim for the easement.
During the time that those two buildings were built, the city did own the property.
As much fun as I really do. I'm not trying to, as much fun as I do enjoy this is the whole point of having the court system. It's not for us to litigate it here.
Yes. I think the courts should make this decision for us, and I'm just asking you to give the courts time to do that before you push forward a contract that impacts things. I don't know what it's going to impact. That's the thing is this is very last minute. Came here at 3 o'clock. It was on a committee meeting, and now we're here. I haven't had time to research. I don't have a laptop, so.
Ms. Carlisle, is that the conclusion of your questions? Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? And just to note, this is without same-night minutes for item 43. Oh, I'm sorry. Withdraw that. Sue Williams, I'm sorry.
Not the speaker?
Yes, another speaker, Sue Williams.
She wasn't able to wait
Okay.
this long, so she's not going to be speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Carlisle, yes. Colette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, abstained. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item
44.
44, yes.
Item number 44 is a resolution to allocate the remaining $500,000 to the Whitehaven STEM project, District 3, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. There is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee that recommends approval, and I so move.
Okay, item number 44 has been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Seeing no members in the queue, speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? It passed. Ms. McLean, will you please speak to a staff member about what happened, please? Okay.
Somebody's going to come help you.
Colette, yes, for the vote. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Jones, yes.
Okay. Just count you. Madam Comptroller, will you please register Mrs. Smiley as a yes vote on that too, please?
Councilmember Smiley.
Thank you. That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 27?
That will take us to our regular agenda, where we have an ordinance to establish city council meeting dates for 2024, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5891 is sponsored by Chairman Jones, and there has been a request for same night minutes.
Okay.
Jeff, when is your vacation?
Thank you. Colleagues, there are no speakers in the queue to speak on this item. It has been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on it, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, abstain. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, no. Chairman Jones, yes.
I think so. That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 28?
Item number 28 is an ordinance to fix and determine the salary and compensation of the mayor pursuant to Home Rule amendments, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5892 is sponsored by Chairman Jones, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Item number 28 has been moved by Swearingen Washington and seconded by Councilman Warren. I have one comment card from Mr. Richard Massey.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
3615 Central Avenue. I would like to reaffirm that the holiday season doesn't always conjure images of gift sharing, of happiness and gratitude for many Memphians. In fact, it may be a time of great uncertainty and looming instability, as many folks are struggling to pay their utilities, struggling to put their kids in quality child care while their children are off for winter break. Let alone being able to put a Christmas turkey on the table amidst rising food prices. And in the face of a city that is reeling from a legacy of disinvestment, we are all here gathered today discussing an ordinance that would increase the salary of the mayor-elect by $40,000. Meanwhile, the median household income in Memphis is just over $43,000 itself. Folks, there's no understating just how egregiously irresponsible and morally bankrupt this proposal is. to my understanding, the underlying rationale of this ordinance is to promote job retention. If we want to talk about job retention, how about increased wages for ordinary city workers, such as correctional workers who aren't sure if they'll be able to retire comfortably in Memphis? What about those workers who have been left out of every single wage increase proposal, including this one that we're hearing tonight? And make no mistake about it, people from this great city have been coming here for months on end, taking the time to ask this body, why? Why has the maintenance of their child's school building been put on the back burner? Why hasn't the Affordable Housing Trust Fund been expanded to develop more affordable housing units within our communities? Why have MATA routes not been expanded to cover more of our city? Council, let it be heard that if we want to talk about creating a Memphis that works for all Memphians, wage increases should come from the bottom up and never from the top down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Seeing no other council members, and I have no other comment cards, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Robinson abstained. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 29?
Item number 29 is a referendum ordinance pursuant to Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee Home Rule Amendment to amend provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1870 as amended, relative to mayor, council, and appointed salaries. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5893 is sponsored by Chairman Jones, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on this, I take it that the what's going to happen if this passes is that we will have to approve the salaries of each of his appointed directors. And that, you know, in my mind, it seems like I don't know what it takes to hire people to do these jobs and what the situation is on the ground there. And I don't think our council is going to be expert enough to know what salary it took to get what person here. And for that reason, you know, I'm perfectly content with us looking at, you know, the salary of the mayor and the salary of the council, but appointed salaries, I think, are on the marketplace. And I don't know if we're going to know or have enough expertise to be able to do that. And I don't think we've had any discussion about this up until this point. So I would really like us to hold this for another meeting if we possibly could, to get some comment from the new administration about if they're okay with it or not and why, and let us hear what they have to say before we move forward.
Okay, well, as a response to that, and one of the things, if you recall, Councilman Warren, that Mr. Wade talked about the timing of things, certain things have to take place. We can't do it in the middle of the administration. That's part of the timing of it. But I still would trust, though, that as we're looking at the salaries, that the Human Resources Office would have what would be comparable salaries, that would be information talking about what comparable salaries, or just a wage study for those type of ideas. So I don't think that we would be, the council wouldn't be charged with just pulling a number out the air and approving it, but I would think that a compensation would be brought before the council in order to evaluate what those salaries are.
Well, I just am sitting here. I know that they would bring that to us. I'm not sure what our expertise would be in it as we're sitting there.
Yeah, right. I would contend that we don't have any. We don't have any with any of the things that come before us, but we trust the professionals to go out. And I don't think that the city administration itself would actually do the compensation study. There are companies that they would access, the professionals who are familiar with the industry, with those practices, that would go out and do the compensation study for that. That's just my thinking in the spirit of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Chair, my question is similar to Dr. Warren. Is this the only time when this can take place? I was clear that this is the only time the mayor's salary could be addressed. Is that true of all the appointees, the council, or any appointed salary?
Yes.
This is the only time
Yes.
we can authorize it.
Right.
But we're not setting any salary. We just allowing it to have an opportunity in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smiley.
Well, I don't necessarily know if I need to be in the queue at this point. I feel like Councilman Jones did a pretty good job addressing some of the questions and concerns. And what I would like this council to consider is we're less than 12 days from having a new mayor, and I'm not sure if the mayor at this point has his entire administration. Some of the difficulties the mayor, I hate to speak for him, some of the difficulties the mayor is currently experiencing with filling some of his potential appointments is the difficulty in salary. And in order to give the mayor an opportunity to be successful, I believe it's this council's responsibility to show the administration some grace and to allow him to be able to go out and get the best talent. And the difficulty is when you go into the private sector, those salaries are significantly more than city government can pay for. But we do want to be able to properly compensate people. I think Mr. Massey spoke to it. We gave increases to sanitation, we gave increases to police, we gave increases down the board. But what we have not contemplated as a body is what does it look like to attract the best talent? And we have to give ourselves an opportunity once HR gives us this wage comparison. I think this gives an opportunity to bring in the best talent to the city of Memphis. You see what we did with our staff. And I'm gonna echo the words of someone else. The council has put together, some of the best staff they've ever seen, and it's because we were able to give our staff a necessary increase.
I got to go back and make a correction here. This is a referendum ordinance. Yeah. So this was mainly for the council itself to set their salaries. But we had to encompass everybody else. So this will not kick in come January 1st. This is just going to be a ballot item because I guess there had to have been a charter amendment to tie city council salaries to the county commission. Yes. This was done to undo that. Correct. And in undoing it, it includes the mayor, the council, and the division directors. But I would still contend, though, once this is in place, come 2027, when there is an election, there would be a compensation study for the then council to basically say, we approve what these salaries are along those lines. But this was done to address council's salary and not tying it to whatever the county commission does. But this is a referendum. This is a referendum item, so the voters will vote on it. Yes.
Yeah. So I was trying to play by the rules, but I didn't want to interrupt. But yes, the mayor's salary must be set before the term begins, or it cannot be changed during the term.
And that was the previous one.
A director's salary cannot be changed in the middle of the fiscal year, which is where we are, which was the issue. So that's why, which is unrelated to this, but just to set us all on set level. So if Mayor-elect Young has somebody that he wants to bring in, hypothetically, just theoretically, it says so-and-so wants to come in and their salary today in this fiscal year is $175,000, but they've agreed to $210,000, he's got to figure out somewhere in the budget to basically give them a bonus of sorts or some other compensation mechanism. To Councilman Jones's point, and I can't remember when, it was sometime in the I see Edmund Ford Jr. back there, I think you probably remember, but sometime in the early mid-2000s, it got attached as an escalator by referendum, by the vote of the people, to the county commission. This is basically undoing that, and it's broad because it's required to be. To bring it all the way home to Chairman Jones' points, all you're doing is putting the question on the ballot, and that's that.
Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? I'll move it, yes.
Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Excuse me. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Okay. Madam Comptroller, will you please show Mr. Covette as a yes vote on that item? Yes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 30?
Item number 30 is a resolution for approval of parade or race routes per ordinance number 5675, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Engineering Division.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smiley.
Committee met recommended approval, and I so move. And I can do that all the way to 34.
Okay. Item number 30 has been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 35?
Item number 35 is a resolution to reallocate and reappropriate $3 million in capital improvement plan funds previously earmarked for Mud Island contract construction, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Chairman Jones, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
Okay. Item number 35 has been moved and seconded. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
House seconded by Swearingen Washington.
Okay, thanks.
Swearingen Washington seconded it. Carlisle, yes. Colvette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Jones, yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan. Your mic wasn't on.
I know.
Oh,
I'd like to abstain from this vote.
Madam Comptroller, will you please show that Councilwoman Logan's vote is an abstention on that item? Abstain? Yes. Okay.
We have it for the records.
Okay, great. That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 36?
Item number 36 is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Rules of Procedure, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Carlisle and Smiley, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Okay, Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you. I just wanted to make note that this is the previous resolution that this body passed, I think, a meeting ago. We previously met in committee today, and we amended this. I want to note this is being moved as amended earlier today.
Okay, so item number 36 is being moved as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So seeing no council members to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Thank you. Carlisle, yes. Colvette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 38?
Item number 38 is a resolution to transfer Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium and allocate $120 million of state grant funds for sports facilities improvements to University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Okay, I have Councilman Carlisle in the queue.
Well, first, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, hold on, let me look at my notes here. The committee did meet. It did recommend approval. As you can imagine, Mr. Chairman, there's been lots of discussion since then. I'm going to move the item to the floor, and you've got comment cards, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'll yield back.
Okay. I have a comment card. I have 3 comment cards. First comment card is from Mr. Fred Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to members of the council. I'm really concerned about
Mr. Jones, name and address for the record, please.
I'm sorry, Fred Jones, Jr., 1030 Dumaine Place, 38106. I received this amendment to the agreement. In fact, I was en route down here around 250, and been expecting it for the last couple of days, and I was, haven't had really enough time to really evaluate it from the standpoint of how much this is going to affect the Southern Heritage Classic. My council has seen it, and we have come to the conclusion that we really have a problem, and we need to really evaluate what is this going to cost us based on the way whether it's being written. The document is not very supportive of the Southern Heritage Classic at all, even though, I've heard different versions of the extensions from 3 years to 5 years. The document actually says that after the first year, which is 2024, which is the contract we already have, that you'd have an extension for 4 years. But, and then it said that if you want an extension, I was told that we would have the right to request an extension. But according to this document, it had to be agreed upon by the people who really will be running the stadium, or the city, or the people who run in the stadium. So you don't have autonomy to move forward past that. Then there were some changes in terms of what the city was said that they would no longer provide in-kind services. We don't know what that is because we haven't had time to really evaluate our present contract to see how that applies to what they're talking about here. They just simply said that they was going to take it away. The one thing that I find that was amazing with this document that was presented to us, in item number 5, it says that once the transfer happens, then it automatically goes to the people or the foundation that's being transferred. So even our 1 year left on the deal with the city would be negated by what this document says. So in essence, this document is not very helpful to this process at all, okay? So I want to make that, very clear on the record with that, and it would be very, very detrimental to us, to Southern Heritage Classic, whether or not we don't know what financially is going to impact yet because we haven't had a chance. So hopefully that the same day minutes that's been requested for this, that they'll give us a little time 2 or 3 days to really to analyze this, because right now on the surface, it's very detrimental to the Southern Heritage Classic and to the existence of the Classic. I want to be very clear about that. The way this is written and the way that it's structured. And so I want to be clear as far as that goes. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Carlisle, and Vice Chair Smiley in the queue. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we've discussed at length on a number of occasions not having information for us to look at and discuss. And I know we've been round and round and talked about this a lot. My only concern, I've stated several times that I definitely want to see this happen, but first and foremost, I think we should be fair, and it's not fair to Mr. Jones or the other gentleman. I'm sorry. Earhart, Mr. Earhart, thank you. For us to have given them this today in the 11th hour and expect them to answer to it, I'm opposed to that part. I do want them to be able to sign this in good faith and with total understanding, and to make certain that we as a community are going to continue to experience the Classic and the Liberty Bowl as we've had in the past. And I hear him saying that they just got this and he hasn't been able to look at it, and that some of the things look different for him. I do think we should give them that time. It's not their fault or our fault that we just got this today. And I think we, moving forward, really have to change that behavior. If there's a way that somebody can sit with them and go through it today, line by line, I wish that would have happened before we got here right now. But I don't want to force it down their throat. I don't want to force it down the city's throat, because in terms of the community and the people, I don't want to come up and have been one of the ones to sign this and we no longer are able to have the Classic or the Liberty Bowl. So unless I hear something subsequent to this, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully I can say something subsequent to your comments to get you support. Look, there's no doubt it's been a very fast-paced moving deal. We unfortunately only meet every other Tuesday, and we're at the end of the year. And this is actually not what's before the body. And the point that I want to make is it's not I'm not trying to play games. I'm just going to say this was something that this body, Councilman, Vice Chairman Smiley, you and others, and myself included, for both the Soul Bowl, the Southern Heritage Classic, and the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, want to be successful. So does the university. The extension is very fair, and it's pari passu between both the AutoZone Liberty Bowl and the Southern Heritage Classic. Where Mr. Jones is absolutely correct is understanding when you talk about in-kind services, historically what that's been and what the cost has been. The university wants to see those events be equally as successful, and I'm happy to bring Mr. Moody and Mr. Veach up here to get on the record and say that. They want these events to last. They want them to be successful. The concern, and the parties are going to, you mentioned the term good faith, and here's the reality. We've got this resolution. We are going to attach the LOI that the Auxiliary Services Board has signed off on, that, to be clear, is going to extend them for 3 years on the same terms and conditions, and then 5 one-year options for both parties. Where they've got to get together, to be fair to both these two entities and the University of Memphis, is to understand the future cost of in-kind services, like setting up the halo, parking, how this, and the city's already agreed in here to negotiate directly with, and just to be clear, the stadium, the university, is only taking the stadium, the halo. The city's going to control everything else. So really what they've got to work out is after these first couple years where they kind of know what the costs are going to be, what those costs are going to be downline, and there's no real way to determine what they're going to be. They've got to work out language between the two parties that is fair and equal, and they've agreed to work in good faith to do that. So I think that you can support that moving forward. Furthermore, the mayor, and the mayor's not here to agree to this, but we can approve this tonight, and the mayor and the university and these entities can work before the resolution's executed. And I believe very strongly that he's going to do that, and especially the Smith family, who's an ardent supporter of the university, ardent supporter of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and the key sponsor for the Southern Heritage Classic wants to see all those events succeed. So I recognize that Mr. Jones, representing his organization, has issues because there are unknowns to him, and that's a very fair point. But we, unfortunately, have to make a decision whether or not we want to transfer the stadium or potentially forego $50 million and or put this back in the hands of the state of Tennessee General Assembly to split the baby down the middle, which is 175, which creates a huge problem for the Grizzlies. And so it's a very and also the Tigers, by the way, because the Tigers play in the FedEx Forum. So it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that we are at the end of the year. But I think at some point there's enough within the parameters of the LOI to allow these groups to come together and negotiate. And Councilman Smiley, Vice Chairman Smiley, correct me if I'm wrong here, any material changes to the LOI requires this to come back before the body. So we've given them the parameters to work within to negotiate, and we've got to let them go and do that. But this body can still authorize them to do that. Almost every lease, like the management agreement we were talking about earlier, is us authorizing the administration to go and do that necessary job. What we tried to do here and just ran out of time was to have as much of that work done, and it was hoped to be completed, but we just ran out of time, but done before the council had to vote, and it's pretty far along. It's just no one's going to be able to tell you what it costs to operate the stadium in 2028. It's not possible. You can have an idea, but so I hope that the university, the city of Memphis, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and the Southern Heritage Classic will work in good faith, and I believe they will, to come to an agreement that works for them on the amendment. And if not, I have no doubt that this body and the body that will be seated January 1 will take issue with that. But I implore this body to vote on the $120 million grant and the transfer of the stadium so that we do not put that in jeopardy. And with that, I yield my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Vice Chair Smiley.
Okay, so I just want to remind this body where we started. So when we started talking about the transfer of the Liberty Bowl Stadium, this body had absolutely no input. We're basically being told what to do, and this is in the best interest of the city of Memphis without any information. By this council expressing its deepest concerns about the transfer, what transpired is this body having to say on what this deal ultimately looks like. We've had extensive conversations with, I had some pretty good conversations with Mr. Jones. At first, he started off with 1 year remaining on his contract. It went from 1 year remaining on his contract to 4 years on his contract. And then after another conversation with Mr. Jones, he said, well, I need more assurances than that. Now, where we are now is, I think it's 3 years and an option of 4 more years. I think that's what it is. I may be a little wrong on the timeline, but he has more time now than he had previously when we started this conversation. In addition to that, when we talk about what happens with the Liberty Bowl Stadium, we went from no advisory board, meaning we have nothing to do with the Liberty Bowl. The University of Memphis will act at its own volition without really any type of mechanism for this body to still have some some input on what happens with the Liberty Bowl that ultimately impacts the assets around it. And then in addition to that, pursuant to the concerns by Dr. Warren and Councilman Ford, concerns about what happens if the University of Memphis decides to sell this back to the city of Memphis. What this body decided to do was, if we're gonna transfer it to you for free, you should give it back to us for free. And essentially what happened, it's not free, it's a nominal cost of $1. I think we've made significant progress. And, I'm very critical of things that I don't believe to be right. And I always tell people I like a good argument. And one thing that's abundantly clear to me, and, not to give the University of Memphis too much credit here, I had some really direct conversations. They met my frankness with, essentially acquiescing to most of the terms this body demanded. What I believe that the University of Memphis will do, they will act in good faith and ultimately make it right. And if they don't, I'm sure that Mr. Jones will have no problem letting us know it's not right. And then we will have to figure out how we're going to move accordingly. But I don't think we should be taking a position now, since when we can all see that there's progress being made, taking a position now and saying, you know what, it's not perfect yet. And we agreed to the material terms. It's up to the administration to come back with an agreement that ultimately that's amicable to Mr. Jones, because we want to put him in a better, we want to put him in a good position. It's amicable to Mr. Earhart. We want to put him in a good position. But we agreed to the material terms. And what I hope this body do is to vote for it. And if the administration doesn't put them in a better position, we hold the administration feet to the fire. It would be on Mayor-elect Paul Young to make sure it happens. And if it's not Mayor-elect Paul Young, it'll be on Jim Strickland. But I do think if we're gonna do this, it's time to do it now.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a question to the University of Memphis and to Mr. Jones and to Mr. Earhart. If I think it makes sense, we pass this tonight. Do you think 2 weeks is enough time for y'all to work out your differences to where everyone can feel safe that this is an agreement that's going to make you happy? Because we have to prove the minutes before it's official. So we pass it tonight. Y'all have a 2-week time frame. Is that long enough time to be able to come up and make sure, Mr. Moody, could you come and talk to that? Is that enough time that you guys could possibly get this done? Oh. I'm hoping that that's the case, because it sounds like everybody here wants it to work. Everybody here wants to make sure everyone's successful. So it seems to me like we just don't have the paperwork right, and we haven't dealt with the small details.
Well, number one, the way that things are going now, we're getting this on the back end of the discussion about what's going to happen.
Well, it's sort of like being on a council. That's how we get it.
So, it's like, can this deal work? And the only way that it can work is that for the Classic, it has to be while this is going forward. We can't have this deal done and then expect it to go back and make it right for the Classic. Once this deal is done, based on the paperwork, based on what has been presented,
So I get it that what you've been presented isn't working for you.
No, it's
so,
not
but you'll
working
have 2 weeks for you to be able to get something that's working for you.
It wouldn't take that long.
Yeah. So
we just didn't have enough time.
And
When
so,
we presented this document.
Yeah. See, I think then
So I'm just saying, you're going to vote for this, and then we're going to get something done. I'm saying that we need to have the clear understanding that in order for this to go forward in a unison way, that we need to be taken care of and considered now as opposed to later. That's all that I'm saying.
So what we're looking at is, if we pass this tonight, what we're doing is passing it, and there's 2 weeks left before it's official for you to, and then if it's not, you're going to come back and tell us before our next meeting that we have a problem here. And at that point, we can pull it off the minutes and we can bring it back and discuss it and make it right. So the fact that we move it forward today doesn't mean that you will not be able to work and get this correct. Is this correct, Chase? I'm going to my real estate guy here.
So yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So the answer is yes. The body has the option to approve the vote tonight. Here are our options. The body can decide. Here's what we can decide. The body can approve the vote tonight, ratify the minutes on the 9th. It gives you 3 weeks to work out a deal. The body can recess and come back in 48 hours or by the end of the week with same night minutes if everybody's available. Yep. Yeah, Thursday would be great. Friday is not a good one for me. Or next week, I'll be gone. But that's okay. I think the longer hey, hold on, Brooke, easy. I think getting into next week gets a little more difficult.
I'll be gone.
Yeah, so what I would suggest is 48 hours for them to work out the details, or it passes it with same night minutes tonight and the mayor doesn't sign the resolution. Those are the options as I see it. Or you vote it down, Jonesy.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. So I think it would be wise for us, in my mind, to go ahead and move forward with this and vote for it, knowing we have good faith in you and Mr. Earhart and Mr. Moody. We think you're going to get a deal done that's going to be good for all of us because everyone wants the same thing. And if it's not, we'll pull it from the minutes on the 9th and we can, reassess it and vote it down if it's not where we want it to be. So I think it behooves everyone to work together because you want to have the Classic there too. And you want to have the Liberty Bowl and we want to have Memphis have a stadium. So in my mind, if we vote it up today, I don't want you to think we're not listening to your concerns. We think you'll have your concerns fixed by the time we have to ratify the minutes on the 9th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, I just want to make sure that I'm on the record with this. This is a very critical time for the Southern Heritage Classic. Okay, I want to make sure that we're clear with that. I mean, as much as that stadium needs the repair and everything else, but if we do not have a deal in place the correct way that takes into consideration what the Classic has done and means to this community, then I want to make sure that we're on the record with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Earhart?
Yeah, since you called me up, just to clarify our position, and on behalf of Steve Earhart, 959 Ridgeway Loop, representing the AutoZone Liberty Bowl Festival Association. And I think part of the real problem is the communication, which I know I've learned about from you, because even to this moment, I have not seen some of the resolution, and I gather that some of that has changed already in the last few hours. And Councilman Carl Carlisle had expressed to me that the extension, which was critical to our association, we're in the middle of negotiating long-term contracts with conference right now, that the resolution of this council tonight would include a three-year agreement, 3-year addendum, and then 5 one-year options, which is exactly what was in our prior contract. So we were not asking for anything unusual. So if that's part of the resolution.
Yes, sir, it is.
That there's a three-year firm agreement after our 24-year, and then 5 one-year options on our part, which is exactly the language in our previous. And then the other issues that I think Mr. Jones, and I certainly agree with him, we just haven't had that chance to determine some of the actual specifics, but I feel in good faith. And one of the ones, this council, I guess the new administration, since parking is being cut aside from the stadium, that will be managed by the city. And so you can't have football games and big gatherings and bring people from out of town without parking. So it will take a negotiation with the city, with you all, about how do we integrate parking to put on our games. So with that, I think if that's the resolution, that we're certainly willing to work diligently as quick as we can. And we don't have much time because this Sunday on Christmas Eve, Iowa State University is showing up here on Christmas Eve with thousands of people. They're going to be here all next week. So hopefully we can roll out the red carpet for our visitors from out of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
U of M? Can we have
we'll have it, but I just wanted to make some general comments. From the onset, this was the city and the city on this property, and there were multiple stakeholders. University of Memphis was a stakeholder, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl was a stakeholder, and the Southern Heritage Classic was a stakeholder. But there were only 2 people that went to the table and talked about this without any consideration for the other 2 stakeholders in this. So I just see the mighty powerful University of Memphis and something that 2 organizations that were that are equally important to this community, but they were not part of this. This is something that is essentially, in my words, are being shoved down their throats versus having them as true stakeholders and saying, how would this affect the Liberty Bowl? How would this affect the
the Southern Heritage Class. This was not done. And so from the onset, there was no good faith for you not to have all stakeholders to be at the table to talk about this, because it's not only affecting the University of Memphis. This affected the Southern Heritage Classic. This affected the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and they were not at the table, and they were stakeholders in this. And I think that this has been unfair from the beginning. We can hear from Athletic Director Veach.
Who I just want to say thank you for being here on one of the biggest nights in Tiger basketball of the season. I saw you watching on your phone, so I appreciate it.
Last I checked, we were winning, so I appreciate that. I just really wanted to come up and echo Councilman Carlisle's comments, Councilman Smiley's comments. From the beginning, we have had every intention to move forward in good faith, just as been suggested. I do believe confidently, given the time that Councilman Warren has mentioned, that we can come together and find resolution. I think this is really more of a function of the speed and magnitude of the entire affair. And we would look forward to that opportunity, as been suggested, to sit down here over the next couple of weeks and come together with all four parties to help make this happen. So I know it's an important decision, and I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Let me hear what you just said. You said in the next 4 weeks?
He's saying that he's comfortable with us voting and then ratifying minutes on the 9th.
So it's like granting an extension. Okay, cool. Because my question was, what is the
You were next in the queue,
urgency?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Beg your pardon?
You were next in the queue.
Thank you. My question was, what was the urgency? Why do we have to get this done by a certain date? Has that been explained to the public?
Multiple times. The gift expires on December 31st of this year.
What gift?
$50 million.
Hey, are we certain of that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know about that. I heard differently, but okay.
Well, and so to that point, and as I said earlier, I'm not familiar with anybody's finances along these lines, but to make a charitable contribution to get the tax benefit and the tax write-off, I've never seen it tied to the transfer of a stadium. I just haven't, and and I'm looking at it blindly. I just haven't seen that. If we look at the generosity of the Smith family to the University of Memphis in the past, that's not going away. And so I simply just don't buy the fact that if we don't transfer this stadium, that their generosity is all of a sudden is going to dry up. I haven't had any conversation. That's just my opinion without having any knowledge about that. I'm not going to go to Mrs. Smith and say, hey, what you going to do with your money? No. I'm just saying, based upon what I've seen and the generosity that has taken place in the past, I'm just skeptical of it being contingent upon that transfer.
Okay, skeptical. Okay, only thing else I want to say is I definitely want to see these two organizations be treated fairly in this process. And if they can wait 3 weeks, and that won't be the end of their project, let's give them the 3 weeks, because you two do need to have the opportunity to look at that contract. I just saw they gave me 2 different documents. I said, what am I looking at? Nobody explained the documents to me, so. Well, hey, thank you for telling me. I have no idea, But I just think that I also feel like University of Memphis should be in control and management of the stadiums. That's not the issue with me. The issue is making sure everybody feels comfortable. We want the community to know that we did not mistreat Mr. Jones in any capacity, and that the Liberty Bowl fans got everything that they were looking for. And it's just not worth it if it's a couple of days. I'm willing to come back for that special meeting, whatever it takes to make it happen. But we need to make sure everybody's in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Ryan.
One inquiry. Are you all opposed to the council saying there's no same night minutes and trying to spend their time between today and the next I'm gonna get to that, today and the next council meeting working it out? Or I think Councilwoman Johnson wants to do some more work before she rolls off this body. Or would it be prudent to all parties involved to say, if we can't get it done now, just recess it and then come back tomorrow, Thursday? Although, hold up. Go ahead. Just go ahead and speak to that.
We would be okay with the recess. That would be great for us to get everything resolved by the end of the year. I believe we could live with having the minutes on the first council meeting.
Yeah, I would tell you just based on it's the holidays, et cetera. And just to give, look, here's the good news is if we recess, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if we recess, getting everybody back together in the holidays, it might be difficult, including staff. I see Val nodding her head. By voting this through and having the minutes come on the 9th, while it does take authority away from some sitting council members to approve those minutes, it at least gives them the clock. You could say 48 hours gives them the clock, but the reality is they may need another 48. And then, so I think the prudent thing to do is to vote this up or down. I'm going to be voting it up and let it follow the ordinary course. And between now and the end of the year, we will reach out to the Smith family, and I'm sure that they will acquiesce a 9-day total. But there are many reasons, and I can produce the letter. It's a matter of public record, actually, at this point. It was sent to the University of Memphis, stipulating the reasons why the gift was tied to a clock. It wasn't necessarily arbitrary. The General Assembly is seated on the 11th, I think that's right, or the 12th. And so I think we've got time, but I'm tired. These organizations are going to work it out. I would encourage us to take this vote and we'll ratify the minutes on the 9th, and that gives them 3 full weeks to work it out. If they can't work it out then, and worst case scenario, this deal doesn't go through, then we have a bad stadium and Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart are left with 1 year left on Mr. Jones's agreement. And I don't know, I think 2 years or 3 years left on Mr. Earhart's agreement. So they're in a worse position too, because the stadium is retained by us, and then it's at the will of the city administration whether or not they want to, what deal they want to strike. So I guess my point is it's not a threat. It's to demonstrate that all parties are induced to work something out to the benefit. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry that I went over.
Let me recognize everybody. I have Councilwoman Logan Swearengin Washington in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. My question, we had 3 options, and I didn't know if we were going to, are those options for us or those options for the 2 gentlemen that are being affected? Okay, well, I just want to stress the fact that we knew this, we have known all along what our concerns were. It hasn't been ambiguous, it has not been, hidden. We've said clearly, this all looks wonderful. Everyone wants to do this. The only thing we asked for was to get with those 2 parties and make sure everything was included, and that was not done. It still hasn't done. Not to where they can understand it. They don't understand what's going on.
They do want.
Ms. Carlisle, let her get her comments out.
Let me say this. And so I don't feel that they understand and are comfortable with what they received today. Some of my colleagues I've heard are not comfortable with what they've heard today. However, this has been going on for 2 council meetings. It's not rocket science. It could have been sent to us before now. And then, to me, what I hear them saying is they don't know what this means for their organizations. They're not just gonna sign a piece of paper saying yes on good faith. To them, it's business. To us, it's politics. So my thing is, we said that we could give them 48 hours to come to an agreement that they understand, put it in writing, come back and vote on it in 48 hours. Why are we changing that now? Because they want to see it before they sign, and I think that's fair. That's the only thing left to consider. Everyone else here is on board with the transactions. The only thing that's not is their agreement, which that's what we've been saying for 2 meetings. It's not something that we just pull out the hat. So I would recommend or move that we recess for those 48 hours, give them time to put in writing what everybody's agreeing on. They know, they have their attorney to sign it, and then we come back in 48 hours and vote it and go home.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearger Washington.
My question is, or statement or concern is, if it was that important, why is it at 9 o'clock this morning that Fred Jones did not have the contract? And if it's that important, by 2:45, he still hadn't gotten the contract. If it's such a sense of urgency and the deal had to be made, why weren't all parties included so that an agreement could be made? It seems disrespectful.
May I respond? There have been several documents passed back and forth. I would just call attention to a document dated December 12th that was sent to both Mr. Earhart and Mr. Jones, detailing what the university was willing to do. At the last council meeting, the conversation was about giving those two entities reassurances that the university would want to work with them and would have a good faith effort in working with them. And the university produced that document. They produced it on December the 12th, last week. Then from that conversation, it shifted, and it keeps shifting to different terms and deal points. And we've been trying to work with them to iron out, and we've had a lot of help and support from members trying to help us along this journey to bring it all together. But that is what has been happening. I don't like the narrative that something that was just produced today as if it was haphazard. Has not been that way. There have been several conversations. I do believe that we can get there. We just need to iron out a few more details. Again, like Council Vice Chair Smiley mentioned earlier, it started at 5 years, then it was 4 years, then it was 5 plus 3. We've got to 5 plus 3. I mean 3 plus 5, because now it's changed to 3.5. So 3 plus 5, that's it. Now we've just got to go through and hit the rest of the deal points and iron people down to these points to make this, to resolve this issue. And that's what we are wanting to do. We would love to have a vote today to move this forward so that we can then resolve the rest of these terms. My fear is I don't want to keep moving the date if possible so that we can get everybody nailed down and just finish the negotiations for this piece. But it hasn't been, we just came up with a document today. It's been a lot of conversations back and forth.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield the floor. I see, if you don't mind, I mean, I've spoken on this matter, I guess, but I just, before I do, I have to acknowledge the fact that this isn't simple. And what Councilman Smiley said is accurate, is there is a deal to transfer the stadium by and between the city and the Auxiliary Services Foundation for them to care for it. It was only after the council said it's important that these events through the body get extensions or some sort of certainty. It's actually not even really a part of the deal that's before us, but it's something we're trying to do. Be careful, because what you're going to do is you're going to put all the negotiating power in those two entities' hands if that's what your vote is contingent on. And if I'm in that position, then I'm going to take everything I need and more in order to get what I want. So that is why you can't negotiate where it's like, we're only going to vote yes if you get everything under the sun you want, because the field goals and posts keep moving. What has occurred, and I just want to reiterate this, under today's current situation, we maintain and own the Liberty Bowl, and the Southern Heritage Classic has a 1 year left on their term. Now, it's likely to get renewed, but it could get renewed under worse terms because they don't have a deal and we don't have an improved stadium. So I'm going to say this again. Nobody, I mean, hours and hours and hours, conversations and meetings. Alan Wade got on a Zoom call from Mexico to try and hammer this deal out. And the reality is it's because this gift came at the end of the year in order to make it happen to avoid a cataclysmic outcome for the city of Memphis. We have an opportunity to do something very simple. And ultimately, you're saying, I don't think that the University of Memphis is telling the truth and that the administration is telling the truth, that they want these two organizations to last and be fruitful for the city. To be frankly honest, we lose money on the Southern Heritage Classic and probably Liberty Bowl on a direct basis supporting it, but it's important because of the indirect impact to the city, both from a visibility standpoint and economic development standpoint. No one wants to mess that up. The only way we're going to mess this up is continually trying to kick this can until every tiny detail in the agreement is to the satisfaction of one or two people. That is no way to negotiate. They have all the parameters in the letter of intent that they need to go and finalize this deal. Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart now have, from 2024-25, 3 years guaranteed under the same terms and conditions, and then 5 one-year options. So they now have 9 years. The only thing that they've really got to work out, this is where the rub is really coming, is all of the in-kind services that the city has provided over the years, that the university is willing to provide to some degree inside the Liberty Bowl, and we're going to provide outside. The problem is, and the reason you can't iron it out, is no one knows what it's going to cost to operate the Liberty Bowl post-renovation, or what it's going to cost for a vendor to do something in the locker room in 10 or 6 years, or 6 or 7 years. And so you have to figure out to put some mechanism in there that it's fair and equal. That is something their attorneys can do in pretty good form. I'm going to say this again. We need to move forward on this vote, and they need to do their job and work it out in the near term. I'm going to repeat what Councilman Smiley said because it's important. If there's a material change to the LOI, which sets out the ground rules, it's got to come back to the body anyway. With that, I move the previous question. I recognize there are members in the queue for a vote this evening.
Okay. We do have comment cards. The first comment card I have is from Joe Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 from Mingo. Please grant the stadium per the University of Memphis terms to the U of M and run from any board seats. Following the grant, please, through resolution, perform an I Love Me and recognize yourself and Memphis taxpayers as truthfully the most generous city by far of any in the nation to a state-funded university. We're number one. Give us a hand. Number one. Then offer another grant to the University or Tennis Memphis in the granting of Leftwich Tennis Center while waiving the $2.5 million owed to the city by the university. We'll let that go. Make this offer as they are talking about bringing professional tournaments to Memphis. Keep in mind there is nowhere for any spectators to sit. While also knowing with confidence that Leftwich peaked out the day it opened to the public. Again, immediately offer to grant Leftwich to anyone that will take it immediately and add-on item today. Give that away too, today. Where's my clock? After the former, don't grant the U of M another public local dollar. Not another one. You're number one by far in the United States. And don't collaborate on any research either, as the U of M civic research product is corporate slop, corporate socialist slop. Keep in mind that not granting the U of M another local dollar is actually in the interest of the U of M. But no, the idiotic U of M Board of Trustees lack the ability to connect the dots between vital civic evolution and the success of the university. They don't have it. This is a crazy board. In the image of Blackjack himself, the U of M board is a band of civic idiots. I promise you, they're bullies. And finally, appeal to the U of M Board of Trustees after the grant and ask them to not behave like rednecks and bullying the taxpayer out of more tax dollars. Don't give them another dollar. Don't sponsor any grant applications, public grant applications, unless you have them take no more than 20%. You're going to have to negotiate hard. They're negotiating hard. You're going to have to negotiate hard with them. And one more thing, District 1 said they didn't have information for this. Well, Brooks had zero information that y'all voted on that. So you had no information on that. I would like to see the contract that you approved after the meeting, District 1 for Brooks, the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Next comment card is from Pamela Moses.
What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul?
Name and address, please. Again, please.
Pamela Moses, 2383 Jackson. I say that, but y'all don't care nothing about my life. That's why y'all conspire to try to harm me when I leave every time. But God knows who all of you are. And just like the lady from Chickasaw said that we are at a crossroads, you can continue to cut deals out there in the foyer, Mr. Carlisle. But don't forget about Phil Trinery, who was murdered on Front Street. If you want to reduce crime, you're going to invest in people and not corporations. How much has Simmons Bank spent in Hollywood? Matter of fact, how much have they spent on any of the poor communities surrounding them? Not a dime. The love of money is the root of all evil, Mr. Morgan. You can give them gates, but you can't get resolutions, Patrice Robinson, for reparations. But the Chickasaw folks had no Indians, but you don't know this, they're on stolen land. This man gave you 30 years of the Southern Heritage Classic. And if you ain't willing to give him 30 more years, then it's not a good deal. And I say that for all the people that travel from TSU, JSU, and Arkansas every year for that event. If he ain't getting what he been getting, he ain't getting nothing. And you sold the city out for the last time. I can't wait till all of you are gone and we get some change in this city.
Next comment card is from Mr. Fred Doris.
My name is Fred Doris, 3268 North Winoka Circle, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I stand before you because I was sitting back in the back and I got very concerned. It appears that we are putting the cart before the horse. If you vote tonight in favor of the University of Memphis, which I attended, Memphis State, if you vote in favor of that tonight, you're putting Fred Jones, the Southern Class of Heritage, and the African American community who have been a recipient of so many of the offspring dollars, the trickle-down effect of the Southern Class of Heritage that is not being spoken or addressed here tonight. We cannot do this. Once we vote tonight, then, I'm not going to say they will not do what they say, but you put the power in their hand that they really don't even have to speak to Mr. Jones. And that is what I am mostly concerned. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's keep the playing field level. Let's keep the playing field level. If everybody operating in good faith, and I don't know the deals about the $50 million, I confess to that. But I think if it's here for now, if it can't get replaced next year, then so be it. Memphis Grizzly says grit and grind. Memphis has been gritting and grinding for a long time, and especially we as the African American community. Let's not vote against the legacy that Fred Jones have brought to this city and to our community as a whole, and to Shelby County, and to the state of Tennessee, even Mississippi, through Jackson State and now Arkansas, the sister states. I encourage you to hold this and let them go back to the table and try to work it out and come back with whatever deal they think is fair. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, the question has been called on this item. Can I talk to Doris? Ms. Smile.
All right. I think people know I have an affinity for Mr. Dorse. But I think your argument is flawed for several reasons. I don't think it's putting Mr. Jones in a bind. I think this is the council saying, hey, telling the University of Memphis, you got 2 weeks to get it done. If you screw it up, the council has the authority to essentially kill the deal. But it's also telling Mr. Jones, you got to come in with the spirit of understanding that you all have to work together. I think this body's been very clear, and I think it's over the past year that both entities have to work together. It's not saying Mr. Jones is in a lesser position. It's not putting the University of Memphis in a better position. You have 2 weeks to get it done. If you don't get it done, the council, and trust me, this new council will be different. The council will take corrective action, and I don't think you want the new council to take corrective action. So it's putting the onus on the University of Memphis to get the job done, but it's also telling Mr. Jones, hey, come into these meeting rooms when you talk to the University of Memphis and operate in good faith. And I think he's done that. And for me, I was critical of this deal at the very beginning. I think the University of Memphis has operated in good faith. What we have here is agreement by this body of the LOI, which is the principal terms. Now they have 2 weeks from today to the next council meeting to get it together. And if they don't, this new body will take corrective action. And I think it's not putting anybody in a better position, but it's saying, get it done. I think that's where we are now. Get it done. Figure it out and get it done. They have 2 weeks to get it done. Well, 3 weeks, because it's January the 9th. There's more time. And I didn't see Mr. Jones, so I asked you to come to the podium, because I think your hand's been going up all the time. And I will note, it is 8:15.
We're gonna be out of here.
I would know it's 8:15. So what I would like to hear from you, are you committed to getting it done? You have 3 weeks.
Evidently, I take that. I really didn't like that. I'll be quite honest, because I have worked really hard on this, trying to get some clarity on what was going with this. Okay, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on the record. I did not receive any document until this afternoon. I want this body and these people that are listening to this, nothing. Nobody's giving me a document that reached the end. The LOI that you're talking about, I read it in the Daily Memphis.
When did you read it?
Yeah, they had the whole document there.
So when did you read it?
The day, whatever day that was published.
So you just made a statement that you didn't receive any documents until today, but now you're saying, hold up.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
No, sir.
Mr. Smiley, he has the floor. But to your point there,
I was very clear.
He's a party
I have
to this.
not received
Mr.
a
Jones,
document.
pardon me for 1 second. He's a party to this. What he's saying is that it shouldn't be the newspaper. If he's part of these negotiations, he shouldn't have to rely upon the Daily Memphian to get this. That's what I think he's saying.
Yes, we got that information, bro.
Well, but that's unfair to us too.
And so to his point, he's been having communications with, there may not have been a document, but there's been multiple conversations with Mr. Jones talking about how much time do you need. At first you said you wanted 1, then it went to 4. Well, at first it was 1, then it went to 4 because he was having communications with the administration. That's true. And then also true is, I need more than 4 years. And this is the conversation that I had. And I have the text message to prove it, that I need at least 8. So we got to 8. He's been in communication with the council. He's been in communication with the administration. And maybe, I'm not going to say maybe, the administration may have or should have operated differently. I will agree with that point, because this body didn't have all the information.
Right.
So surely he cannot have all the information. But I think it's difficult for me to sit here and say there was no information shared. He got information, maybe not a written document, because the same LOI that we all received, guess when we received it? Today. Guess when Mr. Jones received it? Today. However, all of the other points that have been addressed, Mr. Jones was privy to that. Now, the nuances of this, that's something different. And what this body is asked to do is, what happens in the next 3 weeks? And that's a very valid concern of his. What happens in 3 weeks? We're not here to address what happens in the next 3. They have to work it out, and I agree with that. But yeah, I mean, I just have a hard time saying you
Mr.
don't
Jones,
have enough
then
information.
Ms. Johnson,
I
and
want to
then
make sure I'm clear because, I mean, in all due respect, okay, there has been conversation. The fact that I had conversation about what's going on and that's what's going on with this whole thing was a conversation. There was never a document that was presented to me regarding this at all until this afternoon. I had conversation with many members of this body, but never the document. And I've asked for that time and time again. So I want to make sure it's clear. I've had conversation. That's just how that is part of what running a big organization like the Southern Heritage Classic and AutoZone Liberty Board, talking to Steve Earhart, we are talking about to have a document that states what's going to happen was not received until today. That was never has been, only conversations. Talking about the LOI. If it's going to change again, it never came from anybody else other than what was in the paper, which was everybody else had that same, they could have gotten the same thing.
thank you, Mr. Jones. Let me hear from Ms. Johnson, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do.
I got a question. I have a question for clarification. Okay, I don't have a copy of the LOI in front of me, but where in the LOI does it say that we have to make sure these third parties' issues have been addressed and we can use it to come back?
Paragraph E.
Can you read it, please?
Let me go back to it. 1E. It says the city will convey the property to ASF on or before December 30, 2023, contemporaneously with such
Slow down,
conveyance.
please. Please slow down. I'm trying to hear it.
Contemporaneously, that was louder, okay. With such conveyance, the ASF will assume the city's rights and obligations under all existing contracts that affect the property and execute an assignment and assumption agreement for each contract as may be required to the extent that such contracts are assignable without fees being assessed against the city. ASF will be allowed to conduct its own due diligence with regard to any contracts to be assumed and reserves any rights it may have regarding the continuation of those contracts, provided, however, that regardless of the foregoing, the ASF shall fully assume the existing contracts between the city and MFA, Populous, and Barton Marlowe, each as hereinafter defined, and provided that the ASF shall commit for a period of 5 years from the execution date of the definitive agreements to use good faith efforts to continue the existing contractual relationships with USFL League LLC, Liberty Bowl Venture Inc., for the Liberty Bowl Festival Association, and Summit Management Corporation.
Okay, so they did say that they're going to extend the time on the contract that's in that LOI. But I'm not sure what other items that they may be looking at. That's how I understood that they would grant that particular contract and extend it.
They're going to negotiate a contract extension.
No, I thought they said they were going to give it to them.
The city does not have the ability to force upon a non-city entity to do city tasks. So they can't force, if you look at the amendment, they can't force the university to do something at Tiger Lane when the city controls Tiger Lane. So what's, again, I'm going to say this as clearly as I can.
Try it.
The stipulation that is the biggest issue here is is that we don't get to review Mr. Jones or Mr. Earhart's financials. They could be making $1 million a year, $10 million a year. We wouldn't know. So,
but we don't ask for Memphis State either.
Memphis State is a publicly run company, a public
It's
entity.
not to
Their
that
audited
extent
financials are a
talking
matter of
about
public record.
the games either. I'm just talking about the expenses at the
Right.
game.
I'm
We
just making the
don't
point
know
to you
about that.
easy. What I'm making the point
Okay,
to you is before
go
somebody
ahead.
puts their
I'm
hat out and
sorry, go
says,
ahead.
I'm poor as a pauper, and then you say, let me see your financials, and they say, no,
Okay.
be careful. Well, all I'm saying to you is what's really at issue here are the expenses, all the fringe benefits that are provided either by the city directly, like public safety is a good one. We provide both events, Sheriff's Department, MPD support, and they don't pay us a dime for that.
Okay.
That's a real cost. There are other things that are in-kind contributions by the city that are currently in the agreement that either the university can't because they wouldn't even have the legal ability to enforce, or that in 4 or 5 years, the university doesn't know what the cost of those are going to be. So why would you agree to something that you don't know the cost of? So what they have to figure out, and this is what I was trying to tell Councilman Logan, it's not political. This is straight business. Is what parameters are you going to put in place, not knowing the hard dollar number? And I'll give you a few examples. You could cap the exposure of expenses to one party or the other. You could have non-cumulative compounding year-over-year expense caps. So what you're trying to do is make sure that both organizations and the university are financially viable. The city has been picking those costs up for years. And so there's no way to quantify what they are outside of maybe 2 or 3 years, specifically once the Liberty Bowl has been fully renovated. Theoretically, some costs should come down, but they could go up, and they won't know that until they finalize the design and they actually get feasibility studies on this. So these attorneys and their partners, their principals, have to get together and say, look, here's the framework in which we're willing to work. 3 weeks is enough time to do that. JB has said this, and I cannot agree more. Nobody is going to screw this up given the amount of publicity that it has.
With you.
Right.
My question is, I just want to be assured if y'all was using the LOI as a document.
Correct.
That we can come back to and say, you have violated this document.
If there are material changes to that,
Well,
and
based
also,
on
hold
what
on.
she read was very vague. Only thing that she addressed was the contract. That's my concern.
Because what it's referencing is the actual lease agreement. That's the problem. Is the city? First off, the university today doesn't have the authority to negotiate anything. Period. They have no authority. And so what we're asking, and this is the reality of what's happening, we're asking the city to try and amend. This is what the council really asked. We wanted the city to amend, with the council's approval, the current lease agreements before the transfer occurred.
That didn't work?
We are out of time. And I'm telling you, hours of meetings have taken place. And so we have two options. Give them more time to work on the amendment before the minutes are ratified, or have the lease assigned to the university with the transfer and let the university do it, which doesn't seem like that's very tenable for this group.
Okay, why are we out of time in regards to transferring the lease?
We have covered that ad
No, we
nauseum.
already said that the 50 million could be extended over into.
No one has said that. What we said is we hope that if we make this vote.
You got power with Chase, you will go talk to Mr. Smith and try to get those 9 days.
Right.
I don't think, okay, look, again, let me say, I don't have a problem with
I moved the previous question. It's non-debatable. I'm calling for it, and I'm going to enforce the rules of this body.
Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? This is for this agreement without same night minutes. Yes. Without same night minutes. So in essence, we're giving the parties time to come up with it. The motion.
Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan abstained. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, no. And we'll show Councilmember Smiley as yes. And please show Councilmember Swearingen Washington as no.
That item passes. No saying no minutes, yes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 38? Oh, 39. No, 39 was withheld. 43.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 32?
Item number 32 is a resolution requesting the approval to transfer a 6.95 acre parcel number 069-004-00174, to the Memphis Shelby County Board of Education in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Okay, Vice Chair Smiley is not here. Item number 32.
Committee Met recommends
Madam
approval.
Swears in Washington, will you please call item number 32 was approved in committee?
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Item number 32, will you move it electronically, please?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Has been moved by, okay, I'm sorry. This item has been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 31?
Item number 31 is a resolution approving the sale of city-owned property in the, pardon me? No, I didn't. In the amount of $3,500. Mr. Chairman, Tanzaniah Jones is saying I did 31. And what's, no?
No.
We continue to read. Item number 31 is a resolution approving the sale of a city-owned property in the amount of $3,500, known as 927 Little Weaver Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38109, parcel ID number 07508700556, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, will you please announce this, please?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Thank you. Item number 31 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 33?
Item number 33 is a resolution transferring $450,000 from Fleet's unreserved fund balance to cover the unexpected need for a lease for general services fleet maintenance, body and paint shops until their permanent location is completed at the former Coke property, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation for approval, and I so move.
Okay, item number 33 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 34?
Item number 34 is a resolution transferring allocations and appropriations for CIP projects number CD01101, Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop, and GS01032 City of Memphis Phase 2, totaling $1 million to CIP, project number GS01049, Coke Facility Adaptive Reuse to help fund the completion of the Fleet Fueling Station and Administration Building, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation for approval, and I so move.
Okay, item number 34 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearengin, Washington. Swearengin, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 37?
Item number 37 is a resolution to require city administration to seek council approval prior to non-emergency street closures that last more than 24 hours in the city of Memphis and are not covered by existing ordinances. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley.
Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Okay. Electronically, please. Okay, item number 37 has been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Morgan abstained. Robinson, yes. Swearengin, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Mr. Vice Chair, will you please read our same night minute items into the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The same night minute items are 16, 17, 18, 27, 28, 29, 35, 36, 40, 41, 42, and 44. And okay. I so move before Valerie tells me to do it.
Our same night minutes have been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Morgan, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearengin, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. That brings us to our public comment section. We have just 2 comment cards. The first one is from Mr. Raymond Neal. Mr. Neal? Okay, we don't have Mr. Neal here. Before we announce before I call on Mr. Brody, I wanted to announce that the University of Memphis beat the University of Virginia 77-54. And the University of Virginia was ranked in the top 25, so great job, Penny. Okay, so, okay. So, we're at the point of our meeting where this is my last meeting as chair. So what I'll do at this point, I'm going to pass the gavel for the chairmanship for the Memphis City Council to Chairman-elect Mr. J.B. Smiley.
And two, my friend, my brother, current chair of the Memphis City Council, Chairman Jones. I want to open it up because it's amazing.
Wow, thank you. So you have the gavel now. So what you can do, you can call up Mr. Walter Brody.
Oh yeah.
All right now.
Get used to it. Mr. Brody?
All right.
The floor is yours, sir.
Good evening. My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 4256 Ledbetter Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109, and I got this scripture right here. And it's going to be a scripture just to lead you out. And it got Deuteronomy 2nd chapter, 3rd verse, and it said, "Ye have compassed this mountain long enough, turn you northward." It's just a test that you have went through. All the old and the new, they're coming in. We're just going to go into prayer right now.
Absolutely.
It's been a long day. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for everything, Father God. Father God, continue to bless all the city council members, Father God. Bless the old and the new. Father God, continue to bless the staff member who's working real hard behind the scenes, Father God. Father God, continue to bless Sid, bless Wade, bless everybody who come down here to voice their opinion. Father God, continue to bless both our mayors. Father God, continue to bless Shepherd County Commission, bless our president, our vice president, every Republican, Democrat, Independent, senator. Father God, bless everybody in this city, every saint, every sinner. Bless everybody all around this world. Father God, we thank you. We glorify you in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen and amen.